They were cold. Ah. And they weren't soft or fuzzy either. They were hard and they were sharp at the corners. They weren't warm fuzzies at all. They were cold pricklies. And nobody liked pricklies because they're cold and they hurt people. Why, everyone made a big deal whenever they gave away a warm fuzzy. Look at me. But they usually gave a cold prickly instead. Well, the wise king knew he better do something before the warm fuzzies disappeared altogether. So the wise king once again came and called his people all together. And he made yet another royal decree. People of the land and citizens of our schools, something wonderful has happened to the warm fuzzies. Now, every time you give one away, it will become two. One to give and one to keep. So if you want to have a lot of warm fuzzies, give away a lot of warm fuzzies. One brave kid tried it, and he found it worked. Whenever he gave his fuzzy to someone else, he still had it. One to give and one to keep. He could give his warm fuzzy away to anyone, anytime, anywhere, and he always had plenty for himself. That's because he did as the king said. And like the king said in my story, just like at your school, at home, just like on my scroll, warm fuzzies are still around today. You can't see them anymore, but you can feel them. When you do the dishes for your mama without being asked, or take out the trash for your dad, or help a friend or a teacher or a neighbor, whenever you give yourself to help someone else, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. Would you help me with this? Come quickly. And when that fuzzy snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, hello, would you stand right there for me? When it snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, they feel warm and fuzzy all over. You know what? So will you. What is your name? Would you hold this two fuzzies for me? Squeeze them tight, comfort. Both hands. Stand right here. Perfect. Everybody say please. And thank you. Open up slowly. How did you do that? Wow. Hey, you know what? Cold pricklies are still around too, though. When a prickly lands on you, sometimes it hurts all the way inside. And sometimes you feel lonely or embarrassed or angry or confused. Sometimes you just want to cry. Now, there is no law, no man's law anymore that says you have to give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies to anybody. But I'll let you in a little secret. You do and I do, we all do, young and old, short or tall, big or small, all of us, each and every one, give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies every day to everyone we ever meet by the words of our mouth and the attitudes of our heart. I'll let you in on another secret. That wise old king, he never did anything special to the fuzzies. He didn't have to, because he knows that love has a magic all its own, and the more you give, the more you receive. How about a hand for that? Wow! Look at them all. Look. A baby. It's a little warm fuzzy. It's a big warm fuzzy. Regular. Super size. Jared before Subway. Jared after Subway. It's a pretty rich Jared. Hey, well, you know what? Whenever I share that warm fuzzy story with boys and girls and moms and dads, they always ask me after the show, Mr. Scott, may I please have a warm fuzzy? Now, depending on where you're from, you might ask that question in different ways. I get to travel all over this great country of ours, and you know we have so many different kinds of people in our great country. When I'm in the South, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, even in the northern part of the state of Florida, where I live, people in those areas have little accents in their voice. Maybe you heard this. Maybe you have this. It sounds a little bit like this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, I was wondering something. May I please have a warm fuzzy? I love that. Not long ago, I was in a place called New York, the state of New York, and they have a place called Long Island. And there's kids on Long Island. I was there, yeah? Are you from there? I spent a whole week there one night. Yeah. No, I was on Long Island, and the kids, they have accents on Long Island too, don't they? And on Long Island, when they asked me that question, it sounded like this. Hey! Yo, Mr. Scott, can I have a Nerf ball? No matter how you ask the question, though, the answer will be all the same. Whether you're from the south, or the north, or out west, my answer is always the same. No, I can't give these away. I have to use these for my next show later this week in a place called Boca Raton, Florida. Well, you know what? The kids everywhere, moms and dads everywhere, need to remember something, and I do too. But I teach my kids this, that warm fuzzies aren't things you can keep in your hand. You can't keep a warm fuzzy in your pocket, a box, a bucket, or a bag. That's just a story. Real warm fuzzies are respect and goodness kept in your heart. And when you share respect, goodness, and love with those around you, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. And a real warm fuzzy beats a Nerf ball any day. How about a hand for that? Hey, you know what? Speaking of warm fuzzies and hands, I need somebody to help me with a special magic trick on stage. So put your hand up high and a smile on your face if you'd like to help. Oh my goodness. These are lots of smiles. Look at all these smiles. I see a young lady right down front in the purple. Would you help me, ma'am? Come on down. Clap loud for her as she comes this way. Oh, give her a big round of applause. Hello, hello. Stand right here. What is your name? Amber. Everybody say howdy, Amber. Howdy. Nice to meet you, Amber. Thanks for coming today. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being here. Ooh! I kissed my own hand. That's disgusting. Amber, how old are you? You're 8 years old. What grade will you be in when school starts? 4th grade. You're going to love 4th grade. I spent the best 3 years of my life in 4th grade. It was fantastic. That's not funny, ma'am. I'm still in therapy. Now, Amber, stand right over here for me. Amber going to be in 4th grade. Also, I have a daughter that's going to be in 4th grade, one that's going to be in 6th grade, and a couple more little ones that aren't in school yet. And Amber, where do you go to school? You're going to a new school next year? Wonderful. Well, you know what? I know at school we can make all sorts of great things. In the library this summer, we are making great memories, reading all about the sea, making a splash, and I hope you've been diving into some books. So I brought some tissue paper to make something with. You know what the word origami is? Yeah, that's when you take a piece of paper, you fold it, and you make something. It's the Japanese art of paper folding called origami. And we're going to make something out of this tissue paper. Have you ever gotten a present wrapped in tissue paper like this? For your birthday in a bag, you know what I'm talking about, right? That means they're in a hurry, but they still love you. You know it's true. 2 pieces of tissue paper, one is yellow and green, and one is black. If I have 2 pieces and rip them in half, that makes 4 pieces. Very good. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Wonderful. Wave your pieces of paper in the air like I'm doing. Very nice. And a loud voice for everyone to hear you, Amber. Say, I am the amazing Amber. Perfect. Try this. I will now perform magic and sleight of hand. And perfect professional polished pro kids prestidigitation. Never mind, I got carried away, sorry. Put your 2 pieces of paper together, Amber. Hold them at the top. That's the bottom. I'm messing with you, sweet pea, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing you. Tear them in half right down the middle for me, Amber. Just tear them as best you can. You tear them when I say go. Ready? Set. Are you sure you're not homeschooled? I tell you what, I'm going to tear mine. Tear mine again. I homeschool my kids. Tear them again. Actually, my wife does. I'm the principal. Tear them again. Tear it one more time. Hey-ya! You're the Karate Kid. You know what you made? All the moms know. We made a mess. All the dads are going, who's going to clean that up? That sums up marriage right there. Now, we're going to recycle this mess. Amber, hold on to all those pieces. We're going to recycle them. We're going to make something out of them. But first, we're going to need a magic word. Who has a magic word for me? Do you have one? Yes. Have a banana. That's a good one. Do you have one? Just a minute. Have a banana? What did you say? Oh, abracadabra. I thought she said have a banana. No, thank you, sweet pea. I already had a banana for breakfast, lunch, and apparently dinner. That's no ordinary banana, Amber. That's my top secret experimental from 3 Mile Island and NASA banana. It's my iBanana 4.0. It's ringing. I'll answer it. Yellow. Hang tight, grown-ups. These are about to get a lot worse. See if you can catch all 9 of them. Who is this? Really? It's Bob. Bob Dole. Hey, Bob. Really? He said he thinks my act has appeal. Hey, Bob. Thanks a bunch. What? Really? He's going to put my Nana on the phone. Hi, Nana. Everybody say, hi, Nana. Hi, Nana. No, LaVergne. No, Shirley is not here. That was the little Chiquitas. Listen, Nana, I'm in the middle of a show. This is getting rotten. I got to split. No, man, the kids don't get the puns, and the grown-ups are looking at me like I'm a fruit. Bye, Nana. Everybody say, bye, Nana. That woman drives me bananas. Everybody help. Put your fingers in there like this and wiggle. Don't point at me. I'll turn into a banana. Point toward Amber and those papers and say, have a banana. Say abracadabra. Say hocus pocus. Bow-legged locust. Fish bones choke us. And the best of all, please and thank you. Amber, blow on the pieces of paper. Let's see what happens. You know what? When we don't give in, Amber, we don't give up. We don't lose our head. We stop and think instead. Sometimes amazing things happen. And Amber, this summer, we're learning about diving into books, making a splash at our library. And the more you read, the more you know. And the more you know, the smarter you grow. And as you read, you can do all sorts of amazing things, even magic tricks. Amber, we have made something perfect for you to go to the splash park with. A beautiful hat for a beautiful young lady named Amber. Give her a big round of applause. How did you do that, Amber? Amber, come here for a minute. Is your mama here? Where's your mama? Ooh, way back there in the cheap seats. Hello, Mama. Is that Dad? Yes? Yeah. She says yes, you say no. This is not Judge Judy, my friends. Dad, can she have this paper? He said you could have it. Put that paper hat on your dresser when you go to bed tonight. When you wake up in the morning, $1 will be under it. Just tell him I said that later. Clap loud for Amber. Thanks, Mom, for the buck. Hey, Amber, don't wear it to the splash park. It'll turn your hair green and yellow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back by popular demand, my favorite trick of all time. Watch closely. Nothing up my sleeves except my little arms, which were birthday presents from my mama. Watch. I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Da! What? Wait a minute. I already showed you that? You already saw that trick? I already did that? I'm starting to repeat myself. Never mind. You still didn't think it was funny, did you? Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time to bring somebody out that's been surfing at the library all summer long. His name is Elroy the Raccoon. He's back here behind this stage, and if you clap real loud, I'll bring him out to see us, but you gotta clap. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on, they're clapping for you. Kids, yep, they're all here, ladies and gentlemen. This is my friend Elroy T. Raccoon. The T stands for Tennessee. That's where I'm from. He's from East Tennessee, a little town called Maryville. Straighten up, look your best. He came today to be with us. Elroy, settle down. Straighten up. Hey, chill out. What are you doing, Elroy? I'm chilling. Or what are you doing? I'm playing possum. Elroy, you're not a possum. You're a raccoon and you're a puppet. I'm a what? You're a puppet. You're made out of rubber and fur. I'm not even a ventriloquist, Elroy. I'm just a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I'm a puppeteer. I love Three Musketeers. No, I didn't say I was a are you light and fluffy in the middle? Elroy, stop. I didn't used to be. I didn't say I'm a Three Musketeer. I said I'm a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I am your mouthpiece. You're my mouthpiece? Yes. You're my big mouth, Elroy. Straighten up. I wanted you to come today to LaVergne. We're back at the library. Stop. Must be looking at the fish. Turn around. What are you doing, Elroy? What are you doing? Don't do it. Elroy, stop staring. Elroy. Hey, baby, what's happening? Elroy! Excuse me, young lady. I apologize for that, Elroy. Elroy. My little chiquita. Elroy. My little babushka. Elroy. Will you be my Valentine? Elroy. Valentine's Day is over. Now straighten up. I wanted you to come today. You been in the Elroy. Mr. Scott, we're at the library. What? Excuse me, sir? We're at the library. We're lying about berries? No. Library. We're gonna go lie down in the berries? No, Elroy. Library, it's where you read. Oh, I love to read. Yes, and you've been at the library reading? I have been reading. What kind of books have you been reading? Joke books. You've been reading joke books. Yes, I have. That's wonderful. Tell us a joke from one of the joke books. Do you remember one? I remember several. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? May I? May I who? May I kiss you? Elroy! There is no kissing during the... Oh, that just got me! I've been kissed by a raccoon! I've been kissed by a people. Elroy. Listen, Elroy, maybe you have another joke you could tell us. I have another joke to tell us. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Cargo. Cargo who? Cargo beep beep. Meow. That's the joke. Uh-huh. Cargo beep beep. Meow. Yeah. Cars are not going to beep beep. Meow in LaVergne. They don't? No. What do? They go beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. How do you know? The police told me on the way to the show. Straighten up. Listen. Anyway, Mr. Scott, yes, maybe you have another joke for us. Knock, knock. Who's there? Olive. Olive who? I love you, baby. Elroy! You know what, Elroy? When was the last time you were in the library? Today. Yes, but yesterday at the library, remember? Yeah, we were at the library yesterday. And what happened to you while you were in the library? You were running. I was running. And you shouldn't have been running. No, I shouldn't have been running. What happened because you were running? I slipped and fell. You slipped and fell. Why did you slip and fall? Because you were running? No. Why did you slip and fall? Because I was in the non-friction section. That's a librarian joke. Straighten up. Listen. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. I can tell you're not real. You got your surfing shirt on, though. You got that at the beach? No, I did not get this at the beach. This is Build-A-Bear brand. Elroy. Maybe you could tell us another joke. I have another joke. Go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Let us who? Let us get married. Elroy. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. No, you're not real. As a matter of fact, you're made out of rubber and fur. Because you're made out of rubber and fur, I could take your arm like this. And I could twist it. You won't be able to feel it because you're not real. So I could twist it once. Can't feel it. Twice. Can't feel it. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Ah! It's the big one, Elizabeth. It's the big one. Wrong show. Elroy. Maybe we should do the trick where you float in the air. Right? What? You know, the trick where you float in the air. You're not Chris Angel. Elroy, now come on. He thinks he is. Elroy, we're going to lay you down right here on my leg. That does not look safe. It's all right. Do I need my helmet? No, you don't need a helmet. Mr. Scott, yes. You said you're from Florida? Yes, I am from Florida. Your leg looks like it's from Canada. Elroy! You need a tan. Elroy. White boy. Elroy! Just relax. Look into my eyes. We got something in your nose. Elroy! You will now become lighter than air. Had breakfast at Taco Bell. Elroy! I ran for the border. Elroy! I got the chalupa. Elroy! Now come on. Where's the boat? Elroy! Where the boat leaves from goes that round. Elroy! Ladies and germs. Elroy. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gerbils. Elroy. It's girls. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and squirrels. Elroy. The art of raccoon flotation. Do not use this puppet as a flotation device. In case of emergency, I will be unarmed. Elroy. Now, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Elroy the raccoon will now rise like a biscuit. You will now rise. The great art of levitation. Rise. It's working. Rise. No strings. No wires. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Elroy, you ruined my trick. How about I have for my friend Elroy the raccoon? He did a great job. Everybody say bye, Elroy. Bye, Elroy. No, you don't say bye to yourself. You say bye to my friends. My friend's named Elroy. What are you doing, Elroy? I have a message. For who? For Miss Lorna, our librarian? Let me go tell her. No, Elroy. I love you, Miss Lorna. Elroy. How embarrassing. It's the pink hair. Elroy. Clap loud for my friend Elroy the raccoon. He did a great job. My apologies, Miss Laura. Lorna. Hey, you know what? Miss Lorna and I were talking before the show, and guess what she said? She said sometimes boys and girls come to the library and they check out books, which is what they're supposed to do. But they get home and they forget to take care of the books. They forget they borrowed them. They get home and they leave them on the ground, and their dog or cat comes along and chews up the corner. Or baby brother or baby sister gets a hold of the book and tears the pages out. Do you know the library has its own books just for babies? So if everybody didn't take care of the books, guess how many books we'd have in this library? Zero. There's always that one that nobody checks out, but we'd have very few books in the library. So if you'll promise me that you'll take care of the books when you borrow them, and Miss Lorna, look back there, Miss Lorna, you can't miss her, and say, I promise to take care of the books in the library. Now look at your mom, your dad, your grandma, to your teacher, whoever brought you. Don't look at me, I got 4 of my own. Whoever brought you, and say, I promise to behave the rest of my life. And all the parents said, amen. Now, hey, you know what? These are books on magic tricks. Oh, eyes back up here. We're not quite done. You can find magic books in section 793.8 of the Dewey Decimal System. Mom and Dad, you do know when we talk about magic, we're talking about tricks. Magicians do magic tricks, and we'll leave the miracle stuff to God. But I thought, since we had such a great time today, we made a splash, and there's some fun magic that I thought maybe I would show everybody my grand finale trick. Would you like to see it? Take a big deep breath. Hold it in. Let it out slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been practicing this one to show it to you today. Watch closely. Watch. 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 What? You already saw the one with my watch? You didn't think it was funny? Well, never mind. I don't want to show it to you again. Forget it. Oh. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch. It's time to say bye, and thank you for watching the show. We'll see you next time at the library. Thanks for coming today. Bye-bye. Don't forget to spread those warm fuzzies.
As a pilot for the first fighter wing, flying the most advanced fighter in the world, the FA-22 Raptor, I use electronics in my work every day. From the heads-up display, which shows me how fast I'm going and how high I'm flying, to the latest stealth technology, the Air Force makes math, science, and technology a way of life. You can use math, science, and technology along with the Treehouse Detectives as they investigate the magnetosphere in The Case of the Technical Knockout. Stay tuned and study hard, and one day you can trade your video game controls for the controls of one of these.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What are some other uses for a GPS? What star can we use to find north? How did the Vikings navigate without a compass or the stars? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Great. Keep up the good work and keep looking. Hi, I'm glad you're here. We're close to finding our first geocache.
You guys are quick. I'm still trying to figure out this whole geocaching thing.
It's simple. It's like a scavenger hunt using a global positioning system device, or GPS. You create a cache, which is just a container to hold your treasure. Then you take it to a public park or another public area and you hide it, using your GPS to know its exact location.
Because you have to post the exact coordinates on the internet.
Exactly. So other GPS users can find the treasure in your cache.
They take your treasure?
They have to replace your treasure with the new treasure so others can find it.
That makes sense. Miss Rickles told us all about geocaching when she gave us our geography assignment. What I can't figure out is how a GPS works. How does this thing know your exact location? And do I really want anyone to know my exact location?
Well, you would if you were lost.
That's true. I guess I need to do more research on how a GPS works. I know it uses satellites, but I'm not sure how.
While you're up, do you think you could find the coordinates for some chocolate?
It was a simple task. All you had to do was put batteries into the GPS.
Batteries have nothing to do with the problem. It must be something...
If the GPS doesn't work, or if it says we're somewhere we're not, then basically, we're lost.
I can't believe it. Our position keeps changing, but we haven't moved. The GPS is giving us a lot of different coordinates.
According to my compass, and our last coordinates, let me see. North is over here.
I think I better get in touch with the other Treehouse Detectives.
Bianca, come here. This is Kate. I can't figure it out either. Just stay calm and keep taking good notes. We'll see what we can find out later. Over.
That can't be good.
No, it isn't. Everything was going fine, and then both teams reported having problems with their GPS.
Well, from the sketchy radio communications, it sounds like they're receiving random coordinates.
Yes, but they weren't even moving.
Identifying a location precisely is what geocaching is all about.
Sounds like we need to go to the problem board.
Good idea. So what do we know?
We know that both teams are using GPS devices, and that everything was going fine until just recently.
Now they're experiencing some kind of technical problems.
Right. Both GPS devices began to give incorrect location coordinates at about the same time.
We also know that a GPS uses information from satellites to give precise locations. So what do we need to know?
We need to know how GPS, or global positioning systems, work.
What goes on under your hard plastic cover? What makes you tick?
I don't know where we need to go, but someone needs to go outside and take a break.
Did you say something?
Yes. Where do we need to go?
I'm meeting with Dr. D later this afternoon via the internet to discuss my project on the history of navigation. Maybe he can help.
Good. I'm meeting with Mr. Charles Cope to pick up some information about the NASA SHARP program for my brother. Mr. Cope is a pilot for NASA. Pilots use GPS. Maybe he can answer some of our questions about how GPS works.
Pilot from NASA? I'm sure he'll be able to help. Don't forget to take a Get Up and Go sheet for some serious note-taking. Visit the NASA Sci-Files website to find some cool research tools for your own investigation.
Guys, we're making progress. The GPS now says we're in Virginia.
Of course it says we're in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay.
But we're making progress. Guys? Guys?
I hope that helps your brother out.
Thanks for the information on the SHARP program. My brother is very excited about it.
You're welcome.
May I ask you another question? It's about global positioning systems.
Of course. What would you like to know?
As a pilot for NASA, how do you use GPS when you're flying?
With GPS's unique ability to provide an exact location at any second, pilots rely on that for accurate navigation.
That is pretty important when you're flying.
Yes, knowing exactly where you are helps to keep the plane clear of obstacles and mountains and get you to your destination safely.
How does GPS help you navigate?
GPS devices on aircraft are very similar to the ones you use for geocaching, just a little more sophisticated. They show great detail, accurately displayed on a graphic map.
We've learned how important accurate maps are.
Yes, and having the capability to always know where you are, combined with an accurate map display, greatly adds to the situational awareness and to the safety of the flight.
What would happen if the GPS device went out while you were flying?
It might make the aircraft unable to fly and land in all types of bad weather. However, aircraft aren't dependent upon GPS. All planes and their pilots have the ability to fall back on traditional modes of navigation that were used prior to GPS.
Just like we had to rely on our good old compass when our GPS went out.
Exactly. At worst, it would be an inconvenience for the pilot, but he or she would be quite capable of safely flying the aircraft.
That's good to know. Are there any other uses for GPS?
Absolutely. There are all types of navigational uses for GPS. Oil companies use GPS to help them drill for oil. Farmers even use GPS to help them plow their field. Some have even used GPS to locate a stolen vehicle. Most activities that benefit from knowing an exact position on Earth use GPS.
Wow, I never realized so many people could use GPS. Thanks, Mr. Cope. Maybe we could see GPS in action by taking a quick ride on one of your research planes.
I didn't know you and your brother were interested in flying.
The weather wasn't cooperating for our flight, but it was great to learn more about GPS. I hope Jacob's meeting with Dr. D goes well. We still have a lot to learn about GPS and navigation.
I'm in Oslo, Norway for the World Year of Physics, but now I'm studying some of the history and culture of this great country. Wow, I better get to the Viking Ship Museum for my video conference.
I've got to hand it to the Vikings. How they found their way across the Atlantic Ocean without maps is amazing.
Well, they didn't have maps like ours, but they were pretty sophisticated navigators.
Hi, Dr. D. I was beginning to wonder if you were going to find the museum.
Well, it's easy to get distracted when you're doing research. And soon I'll be going to Andenes about the Arctic Circle to see the Northern Lights.
Dr. D, isn't the Alomar LiDAR Observatory in Andenes?
Yes, but how do you know about the observatory in Andenes?
Ula and Nina, some of our fellow geocachers, live there, and they also happen to be members of the NASA Sci-Files Kids Club.
That's cool. If you send me their coordinates, I can meet them.
Speaking of coordinates, as I mentioned in my email, I have some questions about the history of navigation.
Where do you want to start?
Didn't the Vikings discover America about 1000 AD, long before Columbus?
That's right, the Vikings were excellent navigators and shipbuilders. This Viking ship made of oak is called the Oseberg. It is 22 meters long and was likely the burial ship of a Viking queen. The Gokstad was probably built around 890 AD. In addition to sails, it also had 16 pairs of oars. In 1893, a replica of the Gokstad sailed from Norway to Canada in 28 days without the aid of a compass.
Wow, that's amazing. How do they navigate without a compass?
The Vikings probably used stars to navigate. A star named Polaris, which is located above the Earth's North Pole, can be used to find north.
I know. Polaris is sometimes called the North Star. It's always in the same place in the sky, and you use the Big Dipper to find it.
Very good. But when the Vikings sailed in the summer months, they would have had difficulty finding the North Star.
Why is that?
Because Norway is so far north, there are places where the sun never sets in the summer. That's why it's called the land of the midnight sun. Even in southern Norway, it doesn't get really dark at night.
Dr. D, how would they navigate without a compass or the use of the stars?
Lots of ways. For example, they relied upon landmarks. They used ocean currents, prevailing winds, and swells, and they observed the migrations of birds and whales to find their way.
Is it possible that they used the sun?
Yes, they apparently used the sun's shadow and the rising and setting positions of the sun to find north.
Okay, and if there are clouds?
Some people think they used a sunstone to locate the rising or setting sun when there were clouds on the horizon. I have a piece right here.
How does it work?
It's called Iceland spar. Put a dot on top and look through it, you'll see two dots. You rotate it until both dots are equally dark, then the crystal points toward the sun.
That's pretty ingenious.
Of course, they would have loved modern navigational technology like this sextant, a seagoing clock, or especially a GPS.
Our GPS, however, is causing us some problems.
What do you mean?
It's giving us lots of random coordinates, even when we're not moving.
Interesting. It makes it hard to find a cache. I have a friend at NASA Langley Research Center who works a lot with global positioning systems. I'll email you his information. I'm sure he can help you. Until then, I can tell you where to get a good sunstone.
Thanks, Dr. D. But after I finish my research, I think I'll just give him a call.
What about this one?
If we were putting Jacob's bike in our cache, I'd say great. Remember, we have to hide this when we're finished. Plus, I'll never get that on the plane. I wonder what my profit margin would be for these plastic containers in a yard sale. Note to self, investigate long-term investment potential in plastics.
Did you read Bianca and Jacob's Get Up and Go sheets?
Yes, and we still need to learn about how satellites and GPS work if we want to complete our assignment.
Dr. D mentioned talking to a friend of his at NASA.
Yes, maybe we can meet him after we finish making our geocache.
And finding supplies for your camping trip. By the way, how is it possible that you get to go on a camping trip to Colorado? Isn't that expensive?
These, Catherine, are the benefits of being on the board of a high-profile financial institution.
You're a member of the board?
Well, no, my mom is. She's taking me camping after our meetings. I'll tell you all the details when you take me to the airport.
I can't take you to the airport. I can't drive yet.
Oh, right. Note to self. Also, investigate investment opportunities in transportation companies.
So what's up? How will the treehouse detectives find the geocache? What should they do if their GPS devices go out again? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Technical Knockout.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How do GPS receivers detect their distance from satellites? What is the electromagnetic spectrum? What is static electricity? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Dr. D's friend, Mr. Gunnell, works at NASA Langley Research Center. He develops new instruments for global positioning systems and has agreed to meet with us.
Hi, Tony.
If anyone can help us learn more about GPS, he can.
Pretty good. GPS, or Global Positioning System, is a constellation system of 29 Earth-orbiting satellites that were originally designed by the U.S. military in the 1970s as a navigation system.
29 sounds like a lot of satellites.
Why do you need so many?
It takes 24 satellites to provide global coverage, leaving 5 spares. The orbits are arranged so that at any given time, anywhere on Earth, there are at least 4 satellites visible.
Why do 4 satellites need to be visible?
Your GPS receiver needs 4 satellites in order to determine its own location.
How does our GPS locate itself?
By using a simple mathematical principle called trilateration.
I'm not sure simple and trilateration should be used in the same sentence.
What is trilateration?
It's kind of tricky to explain in 3-dimensional space, so let's start with a 2-dimensional example. Let's say you're totally lost somewhere in the US and your GPS is not working.
Like us, yesterday when we couldn't find our geocache.
As you are trying to find where you are, a friendly person tells you that you are 1,000 kilometers from Boise, Idaho. Do you know where you are?
No, I could be 1,000 kilometers in any direction from Boise.
Exactly. Now, let's say another friendly person comes by and tells you that you're 1,110 kilometers from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Do you know where you are?
Not yet, but I'm getting closer to my location.
That's right. Now you have 2 choices, but you still don't know where you are. Finally, another friendly person informs you that you are 990 kilometers from Tucson, Arizona. Now, do you know where you are?
It looks like I'm in Denver, Colorado. Which, of course, I will be soon.
The same concept works in 3-dimensional space, but instead of circles, you need to think in terms of spheres.
And the satellites are the friendly people telling you how far you are from a place.
That's right. If you know your distance from satellite A, you could be anywhere on a huge imaginary sphere at that radius. If you know your distance from satellite B, you can overlap the first sphere with the second sphere, and they intersect in a perfect circle.
So if you know the distance to a 3rd satellite, you get a 3rd sphere which intersects with the circle at 2 points.
Very good. And the Earth acts as the 4th sphere, so you can eliminate the point in space because you're on Earth.
So do you only need 3 satellites?
An approximate position can be found with 3 satellites, but to improve accuracy and get precise altitude information, 4 or more are better.
How do GPS receivers know how far they are from the satellite?
They analyze the high-frequency, low-powered radio signals from the GPS satellites and calculate the time the signal traveled.
Do satellites have stopwatches?
No, the satellites need to be more accurate than a stopwatch. The satellites use a very accurate atomic clock, which produces exact time-coded signals.
And what happens if a satellite malfunctions?
It's possible. Again, that's why we have 29 satellites when only 24 are needed, leaving a few spares.
It helps to have extra.
True. Here at NASA, we use GPS to determine the position of aircraft and satellites. And we also are developing a system to perform remote sensing of the environment. All of these tasks require precision information. Spare satellites make sure we get the data we need.
Cool. NASA's always doing amazing things.
Mr. Gano, what would happen if your GPS was only receiving a signal from 1 or 2 satellites? Would you get incorrect results?
No. Usually, your GPS device will let you know that it doesn't have enough satellites to calculate an accurate position.
Sounds like we need to do some more research.
Thanks, Mr. Gano.
You're welcome, and good luck with your geocaching.
We're about 25 meters from where we were, and when we last experienced some problems with the GPS. Over.
Can you still hear me? The radio's coming in loud and clear too. Keep us posted.
We should know really soon whether or not the technical problem was permanent.
My guess is that one of the satellites was broken.
Now, Jacob, don't jump to conclusions. And besides, Mr. Gano said that 29 GPS satellites orbit the Earth. It's possible, but not likely that they're all broken.
I guess you're right. But what other explanation is there? Either way, if we want to complete our assignment, we have to make sure this works.
It should be another 8 meters. A little to the right.
I don't see anything.
Another 5 meters.
Oh, wait, I see something.
This is so cool. I can't believe we found it.
RJ to headquarters. We have found the geocache. I repeat, we have found the geocache at the exact coordinates listed on the website.
Good work, guys. Are you sure the coordinates are correct?
We're sure. We've double-checked and double-confirmed. Mission accomplished. We're returning to headquarters. Over.
It looks like you were right. I shouldn't have jumped to a conclusion. Clearly, the satellites and the GPS devices are working properly.
And that's a good thing. But we still don't know what caused the problem in the first place. Let's go to the problem board.
Okay, what do we know?
We know that our GPS malfunctioned in 2 different locations at the same time.
And we also know from Catherine and Tony's report that satellites communicate with GPS devices through radio waves.
Of course. And now we know that the problem was only temporary.
True. The satellites and GPS devices are working fine now. So what do we need to know?
We need to know more about radio waves and how they might be affected.
It might also help if we knew anyone else who had a similar problem.
So where do we go?
Let's email Ulla and Nina in Norway and see if they had the same problem on the same day.
Great idea. We may not have this problem solved, but we're making progress.
Yes. And we need to make a report for Tony. Maybe he can help us from Colorado. For some great ideas on creating your own reports, visit the Treehouse on the NASA Sci-Files website.
We read about the Treehouse detectives' problem with their GPS, but we weren't much help. We were not geocaching on the same day, and we haven't had any problems with our GPS. We decided to ask Dr. D about it when we meet at the Alomar LiDAR Observatory.
I'm excited to finally be here at the observatory. I've read so much about it.
Dr. D, what kind of research is done here?
The scientists are investigating the middle atmosphere using lasers like this and radar instruments.
Isn't radar what the police use to bounce off cars and see how fast they're going?
And weathermen use it to track rain and snowstorms.
Exactly. Radar sends out a beam of light which is reflected off the atmosphere and is then analyzed.
Did you just say that radar sends out a light beam? I thought that radar used radio waves.
It does, but radio waves are a form of light. There are many forms of light that are not visible.
Like what?
Well, for example, this observatory uses microwave light to measure water vapor, infrared light to detect clouds, and ultraviolet light to measure the ozone layer.
I've heard of ultraviolet light, and it's not visible.
All these different forms of light are part of what is called the electromagnetic spectrum. Every form of light travels at 300 million meters per second in a vacuum and has a wavelength.
We learned that the wavelength is the distance between the crest of 2 successive waves.
That's right. Some radio light has wavelengths that are hundreds of meters long, where ultraviolet light wavelengths are very tiny, only about 1/10,000th of a millimeter.
That's a big difference.
It is. Light also has a frequency, which is its rate of vibration. Here, hold on to this spring. I'm going to make it vibrate and create what's called a standing wave.
The faster you move your hand, the shorter the wavelength.
Exactly. And the shorter the wavelength, the higher the energy.
Which light has the most energy?
That would be gamma rays, followed by X-rays, ultraviolet, visible light, infrared, and radio waves.
Wow, I still can't believe that they're all called lights.
Dr. D, the Treehouse detectives want to know more about the radio waves the satellite uses to communicate with GPSs.
Good question. First, you need to know that there are a lot of different types of radio waves. GPS satellites communicate with a type of radio wave called microwave.
I've heard of shortwave radio.
That's another type. There are also AM and FM radio and TV. But GPS satellites communicate with microwaves because these pass easily through the atmosphere and are not absorbed.
Are the other forms of light absorbed by the atmosphere?
Not all of them. Ozone in the atmosphere absorbs most, but not all of the ultraviolet light. Fortunately, most of the X-rays and gamma rays are also absorbed.
But visible lights get through pretty easily.
Yes, the atmosphere is transparent to visible light.
I heard that some radio waves, like AM and shortwave radio, can bounce off the atmosphere and travel great distances.
That's correct. But FM radio and TV... I also mentioned that all radio waves can be created by moving electrical charges. And the Kids Club members said you might want to learn more about electricity to solve your GPS problem. I agree. And if camping conditions aren't too primitive, I recommend that you look up Dr. Baganal, a friend of mine who studies electricity at the University of Colorado.
I know that we use electricity all the time, but I'm not sure what it is exactly.
It's a physical phenomenon associated with static and moving electrical charges.
Oh, I get it. I'm sorry, would you repeat that again?
I know, it's complex. Electricity doesn't have a simple explanation, nor is it easy to understand. So let's start with the basics. Take this plastic stick and rub it against this cloth.
Okay.
Okay, now take this other one, made of the same material, rub it with a cloth, and see if you can try and put the ends together.
It looks like one is pushing the other.
Now rub this one made of a different material.
Okay.
So now try and put them together.
The different stick pulled the first stick. Why'd it do that?
Well, let's figure it out. Do you remember the parts of the atom?
Yes. There is a nucleus with protons and neutrons surrounded by electrons.
That's correct. And the protons are positively charged and the electrons are negatively charged.
And the neutrons are neutral.
Very good. And positive and negative charges are attracted to each other. We call that the attractive force.
Aren't all atoms basically neutral?
Yes, but when you put different materials together, sometimes the parts of the atoms like to move. However, some nuclei like to hang on to their electrons stronger than other nuclei. The stronger nuclei gather electrons from the weaker nuclei.
Is that what happened when I rubbed the two different sticks with the cloth?
When you rubbed the first two sticks with the cloth, the electrons left the cloth and gathered on the sticks. And then, because they were both negatively charged, they repelled each other.
So why did the different sticks attract one another?
Well, different materials cause electrons to move differently.
Oh, I get it. With the different stick, the electrons gathered on the cloth, leaving the stick positively charged. Because one stick was positively charged and the other one was negatively charged, they attract each other.
Yeah, I think you've got it. So this kind of electricity is called static electricity because the charges are stationary and don't move. Now, shuffle your feet on the carpet and then touch this metal object.
I have a bad feeling about this. Shocking.
Can you explain why?
I'll try. When I shuffled my feet, I gathered electrons from the carpet, making me negatively charged.
That's correct. And what happened when you touched the metal object?
The extra electrons jumped over to the metal, causing pain.
Sorry, but you're right. It's an example of what we call current electricity. Watch what happens when I connect this end of the wire to this end of the hand generator.
This looks like a complete circuit, with the light bulb as the load. When you turn the crank, you produce current, which is electrons flowing through the circuit, and the light bulb glows.
Exactly. Now watch what happens when I connect the generator to this circuit near these compasses.
Wait a minute, the compasses moved. Why'd they do that?
Initially, the compass was pointing towards the Earth's North Pole. When we cranked the generator to make the current flow, a small magnetic field was created. This field caused the compass needle to swing because the needle is itself a small magnet with a north and south end.
Very interesting. The Treehouse detectives need to know about this. Thanks, Dr. Bagenal.
You're welcome. I have some more experiments.
I didn't know that electricity was so cool. Dr. Bagenal said that flowing electricity creates a magnetic field. If that's true, then we need to know more about magnets and magnetism.
So what's up? Will learning about magnets help the Treehouse detectives? What other information do they need to solve the mystery? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Technical Knockout.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What is solar wind? What does voltage measure? Name the layers of the atmosphere. Describe a convection cell on the sun. When you see this icon, the answer is near.
What about a nice bag of beef jerky? Don't you think after a long day of hiking and geocaching, you might want some beef jerky or something of substance?
Sorry, Jacob. Nothing perishable. We need to put things into our cache that are fun and interesting as treasure, not a meal.
Well, I'm running out of ideas.
What do you have so far?
I had lots of food items. Signal flares. Might be hazardous in the forest. Cash or a gift certificate?
Why don't we just put travel bugs in our caches?
Hi, RJ. What are travel bugs?
They sure don't sound like treasure.
My dad got me this one on the internet.
It doesn't look like a bug.
It's not a real bug. Each travel bug has its own unique tracking number. So when someone finds our cache, they take out the travel bug and place it into a different location. Then they look up on the internet the travel bug tracking number and type in the new location of the cache that they place it in.
So your travel bug could travel to geocaches all around town?
Actually, it can travel the world.
How would that work?
Let's say we place a travel bug in our cache, and then someone from New York is geocaching in our area. They take the bug back to New York and place it in a cache in their city.
Someone from London visits New York to geocache, and then they take it with them back to London.
What a cool idea. We have to get some travel bugs.
We have one, but we can get some more.
Our travel bugs could see the world. How cool is that?
Wait a minute, we're getting ahead of ourselves. I know working on our caches is part of the assignment, but we still haven't solved our problem.
I was reading Tony's report on electricity, and he said we need to learn more about magnetism.
I think Ula and Nina are meeting with Dr. D again. Hopefully we should get their report soon.
For great ideas on creating reports, visit the Treehouse in the NASA Sci-Files website.
I'm really looking forward to the Northern Lights Festival tonight and hopefully seeing some auroras with the Kids Club members. Ondeness is the perfect spot for viewing auroras because it is located directly under the aurora oval. Of course, Nina and Ula are also investigating magnetism for the Treehouse detectives. This is a good place to start.
We know that magnets have a north pole and a south pole.
And the two north poles repel and the north and the south pole attract each other.
Very good. Let's demonstrate that by having you push like poles of these two magnets together.
Oi, they're really strong.
Let's take a look at the magnetic field of this permanent bar magnet.
That's impressive.
Notice how the south pole, or white part of this compass needle, points to the north pole of the bar magnet.
So if a compass always points toward the Earth's north pole, that must mean that the Earth is a big magnet with a magnetic pole up north.
You're right. The Earth's magnetic field looks very similar to the field of this bar magnet.
I heard that the Chinese used the lodestone to produce their first compass.
Historians think so. Here is a piece of lodestone, a naturally magnetic rock. If I float it on this foam, it will point north.
Doesn't magnetism have something to do with electricity?
Yes, it does. Magnetic fields are produced by moving charges. Let's make an electromagnet by having an electric current flow through this wire, which is wrapped around an iron bar.
This field looks just like the bar magnet.
Except when I turn off the current of an electromagnet, the magnetic field disappears.
So is the Earth like a giant electromagnet or like a permanent magnet?
Well, the Earth has an outer core made of molten iron that is constantly in motion. A process called the dynamo effect creates huge currents of electricity in the iron, which produces a giant electromagnet. In like manner, the Earth's magnetic field deflects the protons and electrons of the solar wind, which the sun is throwing at the Earth at hundreds of kilometers per second.
Ah, I get it.
Didn't the Norwegian scientist named Christian Birkeland investigate the solar winds and auroras?
That's right. He used a magnetized sphere called a terrella to represent the Earth, and he fired an electron beam at it to simulate the solar wind.
What did he discover?
He found that the electron beam did cause the gases in the chamber to glow like an aurora, and the magnetic field guided the electrons like beads in a string to the poles of the terrella.
And we know that auroras occur on Earth near its poles.
Very good. Here is an example of how high-energy electrons can cause a gas to glow. This is the tube of helium gas hooked up to a high-voltage power supply.
The tube is glowing pink.
Each gas gives up its own special color. Here is neon gas, which looks orange.
It's like the lights I've seen at restaurants.
That's right. Auroras produce greens, blues, and reds when electrons collide with oxygen and nitrogen atoms hundreds of kilometers above the Earth's surface.
Auroras certainly don't look that high.
Dr. D, wasn't there a problem with Birkeland's theory?
Yes, he had the misconception that it was electrons coming directly from the sun that caused the aurora.
Well, where do they come from?
They do come in part from the sun. The solar wind compresses the magnetic field on the day side of the Earth and stretches it into a long tail called the magnetotail on the night side. Electrons from the solar wind flow around the day side and into the magnetosphere at the tail.
Then what happens?
The electrons in the magnetotail are then pulled back down toward the poles at increasingly high speeds by electric forces. These are called Birkeland currents.
And when they collide with the gases in the atmosphere near the poles, we have an aurora.
Exactly. But to really understand auroras, you must first learn more about activity on the sun, like sunspots and flares.
Thanks, Dr. D. Let's get a report on magnetism ready for the Treehouse detectives.
Maybe they can help us investigate the sun.
Okay, let's fire up the computer. I'm ready to talk magnetism with our friends at the Andenes Barneskolen in Norway. It's not every day we have a transatlantic experiment.
I would love to visit Norway and see the culture close up.
Well, how about the next best thing? We're ready to talk to the NASA Sci-Files Kids Club members in Andenes.
Perfect.
They should be ready just about now. Hi, I'm Jacob, here with Bianca. We understand you're doing an experiment on magnetism.
Hi, I'm Ingvild.
And
Alexander.
Hi. Dr. D told us that you're working on an electromagnet experiment. Can you tell us about it?
Sure. Our electromagnet is a wire wrapped around an iron nail attached to a battery.
We wanted to find out how the strength of the electromagnet changes when we increase the voltage.
And we increase the voltage by using more batteries.
We learned in science class that a battery is like an electrical pump that pushes electrons through a circuit. The voltage measures the push.
And the flow of electrons through the wire is called a current.
We learned that too. We also learned that as the voltage is increased, the current in the wire will increase.
So we hypothesized that if we increase the voltage and get more current, then the strength of the electromagnet will also increase.
Sounds like excellent reasoning.
We began by wrapping wire around the nail 300 times.
Next we place a 1.5 volt battery in the battery pack.
We then connected one end of the wire to the positive battery terminal.
And to complete the circuit, we connected the other end to the negative terminal.
You won't get any current or flow of electrons unless you have a complete circuit.
That's right, and the current in the wire then causes the nail to become a magnet.
To test the strength of the magnet, we placed it in a cup of paper clips.
I would think that the stronger the magnet, the more paper clips it would pick up.
We agree. On our first trial, we picked up 6 paper clips.
We know in an experiment it is important to do multiple trials and then find the average. What was your average?
The class average was 8 paper clips with 1.5 volt battery.
To continue to test our hypothesis, we added another 1.5 volt battery, increasing the voltage to 3 volts.
The average was 14 paper clips with 2 batteries.
Wow, you doubled the voltage and almost doubled the number of paper clips.
We continue by adding a third battery.
With 4.5 volts, we averaged 21 paper clips.
And 4 batteries, or 6 volts, picked up an average of 30 paper clips.
Congratulations! It looks like you proved your hypothesis.
That's right. We graphed the results as well. Our graph clearly shows that the strength of the magnet increases as the voltage increases.
Our teacher, Ole, also told us that the Earth's magnetic field is very similar to our electromagnet, except the current in the Earth is billion of times the current in our circuit.
That's incredible. I was wondering, does the number of times you wrap the wire around the nail make a difference?
We think so, but that is what we're gonna test next.
Great. Be sure to send us your results.
We will. Goodbye. From Andenes Barneskole, Norway.
I can't believe all the cool experiments we've seen. Anthony and Dr. Bagenal, Dr. D and the Kids Club members, and now the Kids Club in Norway.
Clearly there's a connection between electricity and magnetism, but I'm not sure how.
I'm still sorting through Ula and Nina's report on auroras.
Dr. D also said that before we can fully understand auroras, we need to learn more about the sun.
I completely forgot about the sun. How are we going to learn more about the sun?
Don't worry, I've done some research on the internet, and NASA does lots of research on the sun.
Of course, the answer is NASA. Let's go.
Slow down. Ula and Nina also reported a teleconference that they had with North Shore Christian Academy in Everett, Washington.
Oh, I see. I think.
Before learning about the sun, they talked with the students at North Shore about the layers of the Earth's atmosphere.
The layers of the Earth's atmosphere.
You know, the troposphere, closest to the Earth, and the mesosphere, which is very cold and the air is very thin.
And of course, the thermosphere and ionosphere where most of the auroras occur.
Jacob, I'm impressed.
I've been doing more than surfing the web and reading reports. Every once in a while, you have to go old school and use books.
Well, I'm glad you haven't forgotten such a great resource.
But we still need to learn more about the sun.
Well, we're in luck. Catherine and RJ are meeting with Dr. Nikki Fox to learn more about the sun. She's at the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory and works with scientists at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
I'm sure they'll find the sun very illuminating.
Very funny, but I can't wait to read their report.
Well, most of what we know about the sun comes from measurements from various instruments and satellites, and they observe things such as the sun's size, mass, surface temperature, and brightness.
Various instruments and satellites? What kinds of satellites?
Well, there's SOHO, which is designed to study the internal structure of the sun, and ACE that studies the solar wind that comes from the sun. And then there's also polar, timed, and pose that monitor how this solar wind interacts with the Earth's magnetosphere and causes auroras. And of course, we're all looking forward to the launch of Stereo, which is being built here at the Applied Physics Lab, and it will get the first three-dimensional images of the sun.
So that's how you know so much about the sun.
Well, satellites are very helpful, but there's still much more to learn. Let's start with the basics. The sun is an average star. It's not the brightest star, and it's not the hottest star. In fact, scientists actually classify it as a dwarf.
A dwarf? I thought it was really big.
Well, remember that size is relative. Compared to the Earth, the sun is huge. The diameter of the sun is about 110 Earths strung together. If you think of the sun as a basketball, Earth would be a tiny BB, but there are stars that are much bigger.
Then why don't the other stars look bigger than the sun?
Well, that's because they're so much farther away. The sun is 158 million kilometers away from the Earth. However, the next closest star is Proxima Centauri, and it's so far away that its distance has to be measured in light years.
Wow, that's far. Man, fast.
What is the sun made of?
It's mostly made from hydrogen, with some helium and a few other elements. It also has 6 layers.
The Earth has layers. Are the sun's layers like the Earth's?
No, because the sun is not solid like our Earth, they're quite different. The sun's layers consist of a core, a radiative zone, a convective zone, and then there's the visible surface known as the photosphere, the chromosphere, and finally the outermost layer, the corona.
So if the sun is not a solid, then is it gaseous?
No, it's neither. It's actually a plasma.
Of course. I was just reading about plasma being the 4th state of matter.
That's correct. And because this plasma is hotter in some places than others, it creates convection cells in the convection zone of the sun.
What are convection cells?
Well, they look just like rice grains, and scientists call this granulation. The bright center of each cell is hot, rising material, and the darker edges are cooler gas falling to be reheated, just like water boiling. These granules are continuously evolving and changing, but these light and dark patches should not be confused with sunspots, which are dark spots higher up on the surface of the sun.
I've seen pictures of sunspots before. Are they very big?
Well, the average size of a sunspot is about the size of the Earth.
I'd say that's pretty big.
What causes sunspots?
Well, just like the Earth, the sun has poles and a magnetic field, and sunspots are created when this magnetic field interacts with hot plasma at the sun's surface.
The sun has poles and a magnetic field? Cool. Well, not really cool.
Well, sometimes this magnetic field causes the plasma in a sunspot to burst from the surface of the sun in what's known as a solar flare.
Do solar flares affect the Earth?
Or satellites?
Well, solar flares do release a tremendous amount of energy, and that can affect the Earth and our satellites in lots of different ways.
It sounds like we need to learn more about solar flares.
Thanks, Dr. Fox.
So what's up? Could solar flares be responsible for the problem with the GPS? Will the treehouse detectives figure out what happened to their GPS devices? Find out in the conclusion of The Case of the Technical Knockout.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. In which layer of the atmosphere is the ionosphere? What is a coronal mass ejection? What is space weather? Explain a solar cycle. When you see this icon, the answer is near.
I'm still not sure about this.
Come on, it's easy. We find a good hiding spot, note the location using our GPS, put the location on the internet, and our assignment is complete. I already anticipate a good grade.
I'm not talking about the assignment. I'm talking about our problem.
I've got a new hypothesis. A solar flare occurred during our first attempt at geocaching. Now there is no solar flare, so we aren't getting any technical interference.
Well, I agree we aren't receiving any interference, but we still need to confirm our hypothesis.
No problem.
What do you mean, no problem?
Geo Eagle 1 to home base, come in please.
Hi, Jacob. We're all set. We should have the results in a few minutes.
Jacob, what's going on?
I knew you wouldn't just accept my hypothesis, so I did some more research. I set up an interview between RJ, Kaylee, and Dr. Sten Odenwald, a NASA researcher who's also over in Norway.
Jacob, you're making real progress. You recognize the problem, conducted solid research, and you're working to verify your hypothesis. I'm impressed.
If you think that's impressive, wait till you hear from Dr. Odenwald. Home base, let me know the minute you finish talking to Dr. Odenwald. Home base? Home base.
Jacob, come in. We're getting ready to talk to Dr. Odenwald. Do you have any additional questions? Over. Over.
Well, that's funny. It was working just fine a second ago.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Maybe there's been another solar flare that's affected the radio and the GPS.
Poor Jacob and Bianca.
Oh, look, here he is now.
Hi, Dr. Odenwald.
Hi, kids. Jacob's been telling me about his hypothesis and the research you've been doing. Sounds very interesting.
Yes, it is.
Of course, it'll be even more exciting if the hypothesis is correct.
Right. We're hoping you could help us. Jacob believes that a solar flare is responsible for the technical glitch with our GPS, but we're not sure how.
Well, solar flares are one possibility, of course. When we're talking about the sun and solar flares, we're talking about a huge amount of energy.
And that energy caused our GPS to malfunction?
It could have. Let's start at the beginning. Solar flares happen near the surface of the sun because the magnetic fields there that are all tangled up try to get untangled into simpler shapes, and that releases a huge amount of energy. Sometimes it can heat the surface all the way up to 100 million degrees.
That's incredibly hot.
It really is. The gases near the flare are so hot that they produce X-ray light, and this light travels to the Earth in about 8.5 minutes and impacts the Earth's atmosphere.
Wow, that's quick.
And when the X-rays arrive, they disrupt the ionosphere on the daytime side of the Earth.
We learned that the ionosphere is part of the thermosphere, where there are a lot of charged particles and free electrons.
That's right, and these disruptions can cause shortwave radio blackouts that last for hours.
We also learned that GPS communicates using radio waves.
And because solar flares affect radio waves, Jacob's hypothesis is right.
Well, again, solar flares are only one possibility. You could also have coronal mass ejections and superflares.
What are coronal mass ejections?
Well, during some of the largest solar flares, the same magnetic changes that produce the flare can actually launch a billion-ton cloud of charged particles into space. These are called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs.
Do these clouds affect radio waves?
Oh, yes, they can. They also produce some of the most intense and widespread aurora. The thing is that they travel to the Earth much slower than the X-rays do from typical solar flares. It usually takes about 1 to 4 days for a CME to arrive at the Earth.
What is a superflare?
Well, fortunately for us, superflares are not very common. When they happen, though, they produce an amazing amount of energy.
How would a superflare affect the Earth?
Well, if you're an astronaut in space, a superflare could produce a life-threatening dose of radiation. Historical record also shows that some of the most powerful flares we've seen so far can produce satellite damage or loss of function.
Then our GPS really wouldn't work.
Well, that's right. Even the CME from a modest superflare like the one in 1989 caused a blackout in Quebec.
Wow, radiation, power shortages, these superflares sound extreme.
It's easy to see how something as strong as a superflare would have an effect on our GPS. But what effect would an average solar flare have?
Well, space weather includes all solar flares, CMEs, and superflares can disturb the ionosphere. These disturbances slow down the speed of the radio signals sent to the Earth from the GPS satellite, and the speed can vary from minute to minute.
And if the signal takes longer to get to Earth, then our GPS receiver will think that the satellite is further away and give the wrong position.
Because the speed changes from minute to minute, the GPS location varies as well. That's exactly what happened to us. What we need is some way to predict space weather.
And then we would know the best time to geocache.
And we'd be able to better protect and prepare our astronauts in space.
Well, that's right. NASA's been working for years to understand the complex relationship between the Earth and the Sun using sophisticated satellite systems such as ACE and SOHO. We also work with the image and timed satellite systems and sounding rockets launched here in Norway to study auroras and how electrons and auroral particles flow.
So NASA is at work all around the world.
That's right, and we work with communities of scientists and researchers all around the world to try to understand how space weather affects the Earth.
Thanks, Dr. Odenwald. You may have actually helped support Jacob's hypothesis.
And solve our problem with our walkie-talkies.
Did you say walkie-talkies?
Yes. We lost our radio signal with Jacob just before we called you.
There must have been another solar flare that affected both the walkie-talkies and the GPS. because they both use radio waves.
Yeah, but walkie-talkies don't usually use radio waves to travel up to the ionosphere and then back down. They usually use what's called a ground wave, which is basically line of sight between the receiver and the transmitter.
Oh no! Our hypothesis is incorrect.
What do we do now?
Well, don't panic. You did use careful reasoning after all, and your basic hypothesis about the GPS problem could still be correct. You just have to do more research.
Perhaps there's a way for us to find out if we had any solar activity on the first day of our problem and today.
Ah, I think you're onto something. I've got a friend at NOAA who might be able to help. I'll give you his email address.
But what about our walkie-talkie problem?
Well, walkie-talkies might require a completely separate hypothesis. Think about a common problem that affects small electronic devices when they're in the field.
What would that be?
How about bad batteries? Take care, kids. Good luck.
I'm not telling Jacob about this one.
Thanks, RJ, and good work. I thought I lost you for a few minutes, but I understand when nature calls. Over. Well, I got lucky. My hypothesis is correct after all.
I think it was more than just luck. You did good research.
We all did good research. Now all we need to do is plan our geocache and complete our assignment.
Let's not congratulate ourselves just yet. RJ said that NOAA might be able to confirm our hypothesis further.
That's true. You don't always know for certain that you're 100% correct.
Right, but hopefully they'll be able to help us get closer to the answer.
Let's plan our cache and wait for Tony's report from NOAA. I'm ready for coordinates.
North 37.
I'm meeting with Mr. Joe Kunches, who works with NOAA and the Space Environment Center here in Boulder, Colorado. He studies space weather and how to predict it. Hopefully, he can tell us whether there was any solar activity the day we experienced the problem with our GPS.
Space weather refers to conditions near the Earth that affect man-made technologies such as satellites and other human activities.
That's why it's so important to predict space weather.
Right. Satellites were once rare and mostly government-owned, but today they are more numerous and many are commercially owned. So that's why it's important to know where and when they may be affected.
Right. Satellites are very important in our lives, and also a nice addition to a well-balanced portfolio.
We heavily depend on satellites for weather information, television, communication, and navigation.
We have learned about predicting weather here on Earth, but how do you predict space weather?
Predictions are made primarily using data from satellites that monitor the sun. For example, NOAA's GOES and POES satellites help forecasters know atmospheric conditions at low Earth orbits and higher up.
Do you work with NASA satellites as well?
Yes. NASA's ACE satellite samples the solar wind, and SOHO allows forecasters to see the solar eruptions that cause space weather.
Are there other ways to monitor space weather?
Yes. We use data from the ground-based observatories run by the United States Air Force, as well as the magnetometer network run by the United States Geological Survey.
What is a magnetometer?
A magnetometer is an instrument that measures the behavior of the Earth's magnetic field and tells forecasters when a magnetic storm is developing.
Wow, you have a lot of data to monitor. How do you get it all?
We get data through the internet, dedicated telephone lines, and email. We also have our own antennas that receive data.
And once you have the data, you have to analyze it.
Forecasters continually monitor the space environment to provide short-term 3-day predictions.
They don't have daily space weather predictions on the news, so who receives your forecasts?
The alerts go to a number of places, such as private and commercial users, as well as other government agencies, such as NASA.
Do you send out alerts often?
It varies depending on the time of the solar cycle, but usually we average 20 to 30 alerts per week.
What's a solar cycle?
As you know, the Earth's weather changes over time with different seasons. The sun's weather does too. The changes on the sun are caused by the reversal of its magnetic poles.
I didn't realize that the poles of the sun switched.
Over an 11-year period, the reversal of the sun's poles completes half of its cycle. During this time, the number of sunspots seen on the surface of the sun goes from high to low and then back again.
Sounds intense.
Yes. The period with lots of sunspots is intense and is called sunspot maximum. The period with fewer sunspots is called sunspot minimum.
So during a sunspot maximum, there would be more solar flares and coronal mass ejections. We would see increased auroras and more disturbances in the ionosphere.
causing problems with the satellite systems.
Good job, I think you have it. But remember that even during a sunspot minimum, there can still be lots of interference.
If you don't mind, I have one last question.
Sure, what's your question?
We're fairly certain that our GPS devices went crazy while we were geocaching due to a solar flare or space weather event that affected the ionosphere. Is there any way we can be sure that was the cause?
We can find out if an alert was issued for that date, but not if the storm affected your GPS device.
That makes sense.
Let's go over to the computer and check out the website.
You can find out all about space weather and geomagnetic storms when you visit NOAA's Space Environment Center website. NOAA confirmed that there was an alert while we were geocaching. We can't be certain, but we may have solved another mystery. Of course, I'm sending my report to the treehouse detectives. Hopefully, they will get it before they go to pick up Dr. D from the airport.
Look, it's Dr. D.
Hi, Dr. D. We solved our mystery.
That's great. Did it have anything to do with batteries?
That's funny. Dr. Odenwald mentioned the same thing.
We did have a small battery problem, but not with our GPS.
Batteries aren't the problem. Remembering to check them can be.
Right. To solve our GPS problem, we actually researched electricity, magnetism,
space weather, and auroras. We've learned all about how GPSs work.
It's amazing how many new things we can learn while we're trying to find the solution to our problem.
I was thinking about your problem as I was watching the auroras in Norway. It appears to me that the same space weather events that influenced the auroras probably also affected your GPS.
Dr. D, why didn't you tell us earlier? We came to the same conclusion.
Isn't it more fun to find the solution yourself?
You're right, and Tony's report from Colorado finally nailed it down.
Dr. Odenwald told us that storms on the sun can affect the ionosphere in ways that slow down the GPS signal, so that the receiver reads a false distance.
And Tony told us that there had been a space weather advisory the day that we had the problems.
But don't worry, Dr. D. We know that that doesn't necessarily mean the storm caused the problem.
But it is a very possible solution.
Did you consider a multi-path signal error?
What's that?
It's an inaccuracy caused when the GPS signals bounce off of buildings or large rock surfaces.
Well, we weren't around any buildings, and I don't remember seeing any large rocks.
I don't mean to alarm you. I really think your explanation is probably the best in this situation. I'm just trying to keep you on your toes.
Thanks, Dr. D. Can you tell us about the auroras that you saw? What colors were they?
Did they really dance around in the sky?
Yes, they did. Let's take one question at a time. Colors of the auroras were absolutely wonderful. Mostly kind of a pale green, a little red along the borders.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Murphy Center by showing you behind-the-scenes action by our students from the College of Media and Entertainment for the Judd's Red Carpet Show before their concert in November. Also, we talk to you about the improvements to this glass house, and we recap the history of all the things that happened here in this memory-making building. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue.
Aaron Kindrell with News Channel 5 out of Nashville.
Hi.
So what's it like partnering with one of the biggest universities, MTSU? They're going to be hosting this.
They love me. They love me so much. It's their anniversary too, so you're taking 2 anniversaries and putting them together. It's like the greatest prom ever. 50-something years for them, 50 years for them. So it's 50 for them, 31 for me. And we were a big deal back then. And we did it at MTSU, and that was our final concert. They really love the fact that I'm coming back there because of that. And I think it will give them an opportunity to get some attention, which, whatever it takes, right? So we're going to have a big party, and that's what life is about, having celebrations.
Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman, and yes, Winona is right. We do love her. And we love that she brought the Judd's final concert, Love is Alive, to Murphy Center in November. It provided an opportunity for our students and faculty in the College of Media and Entertainment to showcase their skills and have a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Let's go behind the scenes and see what that was like. While on the red carpet, we had the opportunity for 2 student journalists, Izzy Gutierrez and Sarah Ottman from Middle Tennessee News, to interview President Sidney McPhee and Dean Beverly Keel about this great experience.
Now, President McPhee, tell me about how important it is for us to have this amazing event here at the Murphy Center for MTSU.
I think this is really significant. It allows us to really showcase this great university. Not only the academic programs in a world-class media and entertainment college, but also the incredible students and the experience our students in that program are getting on a world-class level.
I totally agree with you. Now, tell me, how do you think this university and this event is going to help our university bring more concerts in the future to the Murphy Center?
I think the fact that we have spent a multi-million-dollar renovation of the facility, the production of this program will show to other artists that this is first class. And obviously, there isn't a bad seat in the house. It's a very intimate arena, and it will allow the talents to really show their excellence. So we're looking forward to having much more of this kind of high-profile concert at our university.
How are you feeling? Are you excited?
I'm so excited. You know, this was put together really quickly, but we've still been waiting. It felt like a long time to get it here, and now it's here, and we're so proud to show off and our students who are doing such great work, and everybody's so impressed, so we're excited.
Yes, I was just about to say, we have so many students and alum working here tonight. What does that say for MTSU and our college, just having that many people representing MTSU working tonight?
You know, we've had alumni involved since the beginning of this, from alumni working at Sandbox, which is the promoter, to alumni working at CMT, to alumni who work in the press now, who were at the press conference. I just saw Cindy Watts come in, our alumni who's working for People magazine. We have our students involved. So I think it shows that MTSU is the place to go if you want to have success in media and entertainment.
Thank you, Izzy and Sarah, and we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Oppman. Murphy Center looks better than ever for its 50th anniversary, thanks to strategic investments we've made throughout the years to keep the facility in prime shape for events like the Judds Concert in November. One such investment was with Sage Glass, a company that installed smart glass throughout the glass house, where we can control temperature, light, and improve the environment for fans. Let's take a look at those improvements.
Murphy Center is just an icon for this area. I mean, it's just been an incredible facility for so many different individuals, both for the university and for the community. I first came to the Murphy Center back in 2001, I believe it was, as the director. One of the challenges that we had at that time, when the sun came into the glass house, it would tend to sort of blind the players that were on the court. And so one of the things that they did was they extended some vinyl plastic between the gaps in the bleachers. That helped keep the glare down on the floor, allowed the players to play and not have to worry about the glare on in the facility.
Sage Glass offers a solution for that. We have almost full glare control, and we really provide a comfortable space that is not taxing on the eyes. I am Brooke Graham, and I am the Sage Glass Customer Success Manager. And the mission of my role is really to just ensure that the customer has an amazing experience with our product.
What makes Sage Glass Smart Windows smart is that they tint or clear in an automated mode based on software. We're reading light conditions, sky conditions, the position of the sun, so the glass is responding to all those variables. And then ultimately people can always override that automated behavior through a mobile app, a touch panel on the wall, or integration with a building management system.
The project started with formulating the team, which is ESA, the parent company, and McInerney Glass. The design portion took a year, and the installation portion took 360 days. It took 16 semis full of glass and over 1,300 pieces, and we have 33,000 square feet of glass in the project. The initial part of the glass came down, and of course we had to go in and prepare for any kind of bad weather in case it happened before the glass was replaced. It took a team of technicians and installers to make sure that the building was always watertight, that it was always functioning. One of our mandates was that Murphy Center was never to go offline. We worked through storms, we worked through games, we worked through graduations, and we just kept plugging along, working our way around the building until the final piece of glass was put in.
When this opportunity came by and Sage Glass showed us what this could do, it was a game changer. I mean, it really, really was. We were able to take the blinds down, and now we can let the sun and the automation do the work for us, as opposed to having to manually raise and lower the blinds in order to eliminate the glare.
I see universities benefiting from a relationship with Sage Glass by overall comfort and wellness. We know that when people are comfortable, they perform at a higher level.
The thing I love most about it is that it is something that I guess everyone driving around the facility has had an opportunity to see the upgrade and to admire it and to appreciate what the Murphy Center is all about and everything that it has meant for the people living in this community and the students and faculty and staff.
It's very sentimental to Murfreesboro, city and community. Everybody recognizes this anchor on the corner of MTSU.
I look forward to the Murphy Center being able to do everything that it has done up until this point, hosting athletic events, concerts, speeches, graduations, all of those things for another 50 years. Because I think it's that well built and it is iconic.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I am a recipient and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. During the men's basketball game on December 15th, we also gathered in Murphy Center to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Glass House. At that game, we showed this video paying tribute to those who helped build and sustain its legacy, and also remembering some of the fantastic memories over the years.
In the early 1960s, Ken Trickey, he became a basketball coach and was very successful and came here, and we were very successful. And he was drawing good crowds, which indicated, and he always said, we need a separate arena for basketball. I'd like to have an arena that seats 6,000 people.
Ken Trickey really gets the credit for being the innovator that said we need to do more than what we're doing right here, playing in this small gymnasium. I see a bright future for this basketball program, and that he actually put the ideas on the table of we need more seats, we can get larger crowds, this is going to be a dynamic program, and is the father of that whole initiative.
In July of 1965, the school's name was officially changed to Middle Tennessee State University, and University President Dr. Quill Cope gathered $2 million from leftover funds to put towards improved athletic facilities.
In 1966, Dr. Quill Cope, who was the president of MTSU, named a committee. The committee made up of Coach Bubba Murphy, who was the director of athletics, Dr. Fran Reel, who was director or chairman of the HPER department, Dr. Eddie Voorhees, who had been kind of handling facilities until I came on board, and I was on the committee. 4 of us were on that committee. Planning committee of the 4 people that I mentioned, based on their knowledge of the situation, we were talking about a 3-phase deal. 1, we would build the separate basketball facility. They would seat 6,000 people, and that would be north of the stadium, football stadium, where the old picnic area is, where now the Hall of Fame building is, really. Then we would build a separate, what we would call field sports building, track and all that kind of stuff, you know. And then we would renovate Alumni Memorial. Well, Dr. Cope retired, and then in 1968, Dr. Mel Scarlett came on, and we reviewed our concept with him about what we were thinking. He said, well, that all looks good. But he said, you know, why don't we bid all this in one facility? Well, we got to mulling it around and worked with an architect. It had been named Taylor Crabtree Architects out of Nashville. We reviewed that thing, and lo and behold, the idea looked possible, and they took that concept to the State Building Commission. That project was approved under the name of an HPER Athletic Convocation Center, of all things. And you can see that encompassed a lot of stuff. Now we're going back to the building commission and said, oh, we've changed our mind. We want this in one facility if we can get it. So that got approved, and then that set the stage for some other exploring.
Coach Jimmy Earle's competitive teams of the 1970s made Murphy Center known as a great basketball arena. And Coach Dean Hayes brought in some of the best athletes in the world to compete on the track upstairs. But one phone call to former Director of Student Programming Harold Smith transformed Murphy Center into the premier concert venue of the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Then the next battle was to try to get the attention of a promoter or promoters that would take a chance. And of all the people in the world to get their attention happened with Colonel Tom Parker, with Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley played 5 shows here. The first year he played 2, the following year he played 3, but the first show he did put Murphy Center on the map as far as a concert venue. And from there, my gosh, we dealt with probably anywhere from 18 to 20 different national promoters for shows in Murphy Center. I mean, and during the 30 years that we were here, we did 151 concerts or activities in Murphy Center.
We had to practice elsewhere, but the entertainers all used our dressing room. And I remember Elvis Presley used our dressing room. And I told Harold, I said, yes, he can use our dressing room if he gives me 2 scarves. One for my wife and one for my daughter.
Did he give you the scarf?
Yes.
I think I was a freshman in high school, and a friend's mom brought us to see Elvis right here. And I was sitting by one of the vomitories, and he walked up the vom that I was sitting beside. So there I was with about 11,000 other people screaming his name. And so that's that bomb right over there. You know, we've had some great artists over the years. I'm so excited about the new mural upstairs because it just shows all the people who used to come and do their concerts here. A lot of people today don't realize that we were a concert central before Bridgestone Arena. And so it's just phenomenal, the people that were here, and having the excitement of them being in our facility was always nice. I remember one day we were practicing in the auxiliary gym, and we just snuck up at the end of practice to look at the stage. I believe it was one of the times that Garth Brooks sold out 4 straight nights. And we came up and we walked up the ramp, and there are only a couple of people up here, but there was a guy climbing up and adjusting the lights. And I looked at my manager and I went, "That's Garth Brooks." And she went, "Right, coach, right." And literally he climbed down, he jumped on the stage, he jumped off beside us, and I went, "That's Garth Brooks." And I think he had on his Oklahoma State sweatshirt, and we offered to give him a better sweatshirt. And so he left here with a Lady Raider basketball sweatshirt, and eventually actually took pictures in our locker room with the team. So, I mean, how incredible was that? He's such a showman, but yet he's also such a gentleman.
I got to tell you, it's always the people that make it special, but it's also your crew. It's also the faculty that's around there. And I remember coming in, I remember immediately being treated like family. And I got to tell you, when they built what was then called the GEC, the Gaylord Entertainment Center, when we talked about going and playing there, I said, "Gentlemen, we can make a deal. If we don't, there's a sweet little spot just south of town. I'm telling you, you'll want to play." So I love this place. Great memories, and can't thank them enough for not just the start, but they've stayed there.
Concerts have been a big part of my life in this building. You know, for that span of time from the early 80s up through the 90s, you know, you think about all the people that I've seen in this building. You know, first one I ever bought a ticket to here was Dan Fogelberg. Right after that, it was Journey, then Bruce Springsteen, then Elton John, then Billy Joel. Most fun show, I think, was a night we had Lionel Richie and the Pointer Sisters together, which that was a huge night. One that brought back a lot of memories here recently, Olivia Newton-John. As of September of this year, it was exactly 40 years from the night that she was here during her physical tour. And I can tell you this, when Harold Smith ran student programming, he always made sure that whoever the act was, at some point they had some sort of Blue Raider gear on when they were on stage. Well, the night Olivia Newton-John was here, she'd gone through a lot of her hits. She goes off stage for a minute, obviously a costume change. Well, the band cranks up the intro to Let's Get Physical. Well, all of a sudden, Olivia Newton-John bounces out with her Dolphin running shorts and her MTSU sweatshirt, and the roof about came off of this place that night. It was so much fun. And, you know, having had U2 in this building, Boston has played here. Everybody that was anybody in rock and roll during the 70s and 80s played this building.
Thanks to the outstanding work of our facilities team in maintaining Murphy Center and the considerable strategic investments we have made, it will continue to be the site of celebrations and special events well into the future. Just this year, we invested almost $6 million to replace the glass in the glass house. And it's not just any glass. They are high-tech smart windows that automatically tint and clear in response to the sun. We are the first university to use this technology at this level. And these improvements paid off when we hosted Winona in November for a sold-out concert that will become a national television show for the Jeds, a fitting tribute, I might add, to her late mother. We demonstrated at that event that Murphy Center continues to remain a viable arena for history-making performances. And in the future, It is our plan to host many more such events in the Glass House.
And that's a wrap on this edition of Out of the Blue. My thanks to the College of Media and Entertainment for allowing us to use their brand new XR studio stage to film this episode while our home at the Center for Educational Media is under renovation. A reminder, you can find campus news 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
What if you could touch a killer whale? What would it feel like? What if it were possible to build a trusting relationship with the world's top ocean predator, toothed and powerful? What if you could connect in a way that you never imagined? Swim skin to skin, let it launch you 50 feet into the air, or place you gently on a ledge? What if you found out how important killer whales are to the ocean, other animals, even us? What if you discovered really simple things that you can do every day to help make sure that this incredible species never disappears from our planet? What if?
My children, Natselani said to them, you will now live in the sea. Eat
anything in the water, but never bother people. Don't bite them.
If you see a man and he says to you, help me, killer whale,
you must help him. Then he will give you something.
Throughout time, killer whales have been a prominent feature of many cultures. Whether living up to tales of kind-hearted whales helping hunters on the sea, or down to mythological, man-eating sea monsters, they've played a visible role in various cultures.
So the Tlinkits regarded the killer whale as a very strong entity, and a certain group of the Tlinkits took the killer whale as their clan symbol or their totem.
Killer whales are found in all oceans of the world, but are most abundant in the colder waters of the polar regions.
You think of them as wanting to be in cold water all the time, but killer whales are found in all oceans of the world. So to see them in warm water down in Mexico or South American waters, and then to see them up in Alaska in cold waters is very cool.
Next to humans, killer whales are the most widely distributed mammal. Dolphins, porpoises, and whales are grouped together in the scientific order Cetacea. Cetacea comes from katos, the Greek word for whale. Killer whales belong to the toothed whales or suborder Odontoceti, and are the largest member of the dolphin family, Delphinidae. A key characteristic that this family of cetaceans share is having teeth that are cone-shaped. Orca is the Latin word meaning barrel-shaped.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how exhilarating that was. It was a little scary though, too. You know, I'm sitting there in the kayak and all of a sudden I've got like 20 killer whales around me. They were going underneath me. The water's so clear up there, you know, I'd look down and I'd see them right there next to me looking at me. Big eye go by. And then I was a little worried. Yeah, I was a little worried, but it was just absolutely incredible.
Most of us will never get this close to a killer whale. Still, many of us feel a connection to them. We want to find out more about them and how they've managed to survive since prehistoric times in some of the world's most extreme conditions. We've learned a lot about killer whales by studying them in the wild, and through research and care in zoological parks and aquariums. But we've only just begun to scratch the surface.
Seeing killer whales in the wild is just amazing.
It's really awe-inspiring to see these whales break the surface in unison and to see a calf come over and play with your boat.
Gained a great deal of respect for their size and their power.
No other animal is a threat to the killer whale. It has earned its rank as the top predator of the sea. Every feature, body shape, size, coloration, and speed, enhances their extraordinary hunting abilities. This animal is built to thrive. In the sea, color and pattern can make a life or death difference. Killer whales are solid black and white, with a gray saddle patch just behind the dorsal fin, a perfect example of disruptive coloration. In the flickering, shadowy sunlight of the sea, other animals may not recognize a killer whale as a potential predator. In the ocean, swiftness matters. Killer whales can reach speeds of nearly 30 miles an hour, making it one of the fastest swimming sea animals on the planet. Rounded, paddle-like pectoral flippers help steer, and the strong forked fluke or tail helps move forward or stop. From underneath the ocean, killer whales must surface to breathe. Through a single blowhole, warm breath meets cold air, causing a cloud of condensation. To open its blowhole, a killer whale contracts a muscular flap. When relaxed in a closed position, this flap provides a watertight seal. Flexibility can be life-saving. In frigid waters or warmer seas, a complex circulatory system of arteries surrounded by veins in the flippers and flukes help regulate body temperature. It all adds up to the ocean's top predator, built to survive and thrive.
How do you think a killer whale got its name?
There's no other prey that will eat it.
They kill sharks.
Because it kills its food.
Because it's a predator?
Fishermen were scared of them.
It eats fish.
Doesn't it eat seals or something?
No one messes with it. It's like the ultimate predator, so.
It's the biggest one of the family, so it's the main one, so it kills all the other animals.
Can't imagine, but they are so friendly.
Why does the killer whale have such an aggressive-sounding name? Ancient sailors actually called them whale killer after witnessing killer whales attacking larger cetaceans, an event that can occur even in modern times, as seen by this amazing attack on an enormous blue whale. Being opportunistic hunters, their diets vary from one region to another. Mostly, they eat fishes, squids, and marine mammals, like seals. Their attack strategies include cooperative hunting, stalking and ambushing, and pursuing prey. They swallow their food whole, or if it's too big to eat in one piece, they tear it into large chunks. With several strategic options, it's safe to say the killer whale's hunting is calculated, complex, and very successful.
One of my graduate students in the last 3 or 4 years discovered that a young male, when his mom had a baby, all of a sudden he's footloose and fancy-free, and he formed a social bond with other males here at SeaWorld San Diego. That was something that we didn't know these killer whales did.
Killer whales live in social units called pods, and within many of these group settings, there's a social hierarchy. Even though males are much larger than females, the pod is matriarchal, with females at the top of the hierarchy. When traveling, females and juveniles generally stay in the center of the pod, while adult males swim at the wings. Killer whales are very social and may connect with other whales through a range of communications.
We don't call it a language, but we do see dialects in killer whales, and in fact, they're very special that way. If you, for example, travel to the south, you may pick up a southern accent if you're there for too long. But if you move somewhere else in the world, you may develop a new accent based on who you're hanging out with. We call that dialects in killer whales.
In addition to vocalizations, killer whales have other behaviors that may serve a variety of purposes. A breach might scratch an itch. Spy hopping might give a look above the water surface, or be a way of communicating with others. Killer whales are among the most curious of cetaceans, with a tendency to play, to manipulate objects, or join in the fun wherever it's happening. Is it possible that the whale connection could reach beyond the pod?
I came the first time when I was 20, and I was in college taking economics classes, and I watched the show and I watched the guy fly through the air, and right then I was like, that's what I got to do. So I talked to one of the trainers after the show, said, how do you get the job? They told me, and I went back to school. I changed my major, and here I am.
The babies, they're usually the most challenging. They're so rambunctious and very playful and have the shortest attention span. So they definitely could keep you on your toes and teach you a lot of things of how to work with them.
I'll be talking with the guests or just make eye contact across the pool, and you can see that look in their eye, and you know that it's hit them just like it hit me so many years before. And it's amazing. You don't know if you're going to be maybe inspiring that child to become an animal trainer or maybe follow another dream in their life.
I cannot believe I'm 50 feet in the air on top of a killer whale. Like, who does that?
I get to swim with killer whales, and I get to train them, and I get to interact with them. It's a wonderful thing.
Training animals is a rewarding and fulfilling career, but it's not always easy and fun. It takes hard work and dedication. But it's worth it. Here are the basics you'll need in order to succeed. You have to be 18 years old, and to work with marine mammals, you have to have your scuba certification and a high school diploma. Once you have those three things, you'll need to pass the SeaWorld swim test. You'll need to be a very strong swimmer for this. First, you'll have to be able to do a freestyle swim, an underwater hold-your-breath swim, and a surface dive, where you pick up a weight and bring it back to the top. And you have to do it all in cool salt water, without a wetsuit. It's a pretty competitive field, so here are a few tips to give you the edge. A college degree in any science field is good. If the degree is in biology, psychology, or marine biology, it's even better. But any four-year degree is a definite plus. And if you want to get a jump start on experience, volunteer for any animal-related organization. Animal training. It takes hard work and dedication, but in the end, it's definitely worth it.
They're pretty neat and they can swim really good.
He's a beautiful animal.
Because he splashes people.
He's so big and huge, it's just great to see an animal like that.
The confidence they have in the trainers is really good.
The English Chamber that was born when I was a kid. I remember the whole story on TV and I always wanted to come see it.
I liked it when he splashed us.
They're really funny and they get you wet.
I just dreamed and dreamed about being able to build a friendship with the top predator of the ocean. To have that relationship was something that just stuck in my heart. I always wanted to do.
I remember my first time interacting with a killer whale and just rubbing her down, and she took a big breath in my face, and that was really powerful to me, and it kind of gave me the sense that for once in my life I was exactly where I was supposed to be.
I could feel every time she took a breath, her back would move, and every time she kicked her tail, it just blew me away.
I interacted with Takara for about 2 years before I got in the water with her. My heart stopped because I've been waiting for it for that long, and to feel what it's like to experience something with one of your best friends, you know, that you've made over the years was magnificent.
The human connection with killer whales can be a powerful bond. This close connection has taught us a lot. So much of what we've learned about these animals has come from observing and interacting with them in human care. At SeaWorld parks, animals are always asked to perform a behavior, and their willingness to respond is up to them. So, you can understand how important the trainer relationship is with the whale. Trust is key to this relationship. We see the results of that relationship in the shows, but training also helps maintain good health.
Whale training is extremely important because we rely on the training to conduct a medical exam, and without that training, or husbandry training that we call it, for doing basic procedures that we look for general health parameters. Without those behaviors, it'd be hard to get to the animal.
When a killer whale voluntarily presents itself, a variety of tasks can be performed. Every 2 to 4 weeks, trainers take measurements on each whale, including body length, girth at several points, and dimensions of the flippers, flukes, and dorsal fin. During pregnancy, periodic monitoring ensures the health of both mother and calf. Even dental care is part of their health routine. Killer whales are trained to hold still and stay calm throughout procedures. There is no doubt, training reaches far beyond the behaviors guests see in shows. Training also helps ensure safety, health, and well-being.
You just watched the show. Do you know which whale was Shamu?
The big one that wet us, that was Shamu.
It was the big one, and it came up and absolutely soaked you.
The biggest one, I think.
The last one that came?
Yeah, they all look a lot the same, like.
The big one.
SeaWorld's Shamu is the most recognizable killer whale in the world, allowing all ages to get as close as possible to this amazing species. But who exactly is Shamu? Shamu's legacy began when a large male killer whale was accidentally caught in fishing nets in British Columbia. The whale was named Namu after a nearby fishing port and was moved to Seattle to be the first killer whale publicly displayed in the Pacific Northwest. A female whale soon joined Namu, and she was named Shamu, a contraction of she in Namu. Shamu became the first killer whale to travel by plane when she was moved to SeaWorld in San Diego. We continue to honor Shamu's name in our daily presentations. Whether it's learning from Shamu, people that work directly with killer whales, or by observing them in the wild, our connection to killer whales is unquestionably strong.
The connection with a killer whale is unlike probably any other animal that I've ever worked with.
And a vital link to their survival.
On stage, they may all be called Shamu, but every one of SeaWorld's whales has its own name and a distinctive personality to go with it. Names are chosen in several ways. In some cases, the trainers have named the whales. On other occasions, our guests and pass holders have been asked to vote. The names selected usually have meanings in other languages. Nakai was the first calf conceived by artificial insemination, so he was named Nakai, which is Native American for victory. Una means to love and adore in Icelandic. Taima was born during a thunderstorm, so she was given the name Taima, which is Icelandic for crash of thunder. Kaliha's name was selected by SeaWorld annual pass holders. It means beauty in Hawaiian. Trua is Icelandic for believe, and Trua commemorates the premiere of our Believe show. Takara is Japanese for treasure. And Keet is the word for whale in Russian. The name Shamu has come to symbolize the mystery, majesty, and wonder of all killer whales. By giving all of our whales the opportunity to participate in this starring role, we create a great environment for them and an exciting, meaningful experience for our guests.
Field research is very inspirational, it's very exciting, it's something that I think being out there in the field impacts you in a way that you just can't feel when you're sitting at home watching it on TV.
Every living creature has a story. They eat, breathe, grow, communicate? It's no different with the killer whales. Simply by being here, they have so much to tell us. All we have to do is pay attention. Though there are advantages to observing killer whales in the wild, in the protected setting of a marine zoological park, we're able to study them on a more consistent and intensive basis.
We can't really track them and follow them as individuals very well in the wild, but we can certainly see how they develop their dialect here under controlled conditions at SeaWorld and learn who they learn from, what kind of social interactions they have with other individuals to promote that, and maybe develop hypotheses about how we can help them in the wild.
Through Dr. Bowles and similar researchers, we've learned a tremendous amount about killer whales. We know they're capable of performing some very complex tasks. They learn different things at different rates, and, like people, there can be huge variations among individual animals of the same species. What Hub SeaWorld Research Institute is learning from whales at SeaWorld translates into crucial information for whales in the ocean.
We do research in 4 major topic areas: aquaculture, large-scale ecology, ocean health, and then finally there's my topic area, which is bioacoustics. We're trying to study how human-made noise, for example, interacts with animals in the wild, and also to understand the basic biology of their communication.
The more we understand how killer whales communicate and how noise impacts them, the more information we have that can potentially help protect whales in the wild.
To watch something underwater spin and swim quickly.
We were all just holding our breath. We watched the delivery of the birth. We watched the mother assist the calf to the surface for that first breath, and it was just a magic moment.
SeaWorld's killer whale breeding program is the most successful in the world. Data gathered over the decades has given valuable insight into reproduction, calf development, and special needs during pregnancy and following birth. This information has led to the successful development of artificial insemination techniques that help maintain diversity within our family of whales and could impact future killer whale populations and other at-risk animals.
We can get samples from other countries that have killer whales in captivity, so we can improve our genetic diversity by using other male genetics to improve that diversity, and that helps us and our population grow. And that may very well lead us to information that we can use for wild animals as well.
Researchers around the world continue to gather and share information on killer whales. But so much about these fascinating animals is still a mystery, a story that will continue to unfold for generations to come. Assuming, that is, that we take good care of their ocean home today.
Big things that are happening in our world, it's trickling down to where the animals are.
Maybe it was part magic and part miracle when in September 1985, the first killer whale was successfully bred, born, and raised in a zoological park. The calf, named Kalina, thrived and became an adult and a significant member of the SeaWorld whale family. In February 1993, Kalina had a calf of her own, the first second-generation killer whale calf born in a zoological park. Since then, Kalina has given birth to 3 more calves in 1995, 1999, and 2004. Killer whales have been born at SeaWorld parks in San Diego, San Antonio, and Orlando. And it started with the grandma of them all, Katina.
We all love all the whales, but there's always that one. For me, her name is Katina. I love her like a person.
The killer whale is a top predator, and a top predator is affected by everything beneath it. A killer whale can feed on large fish or small mammals, but what do those things feed on? Smaller fish, little fish, plankton, krill. You knock out any block below that top predator, you're affecting him. And I think that is kind of the ambassador for marine conservation, is that animal's affected by everything you do beneath it. So conservation is really important at all levels.
One drop in the ocean creates a ripple effect, reaching far beyond its origin. Although most killer whale populations are not endangered at the moment, scientists are concerned for their future, the ripple effect of damage done.
Well, I don't know how to bring home the size of the issues that they face right now back to people.
Several things are having an impact on killer whales. Competition for limited fish stocks threaten them and other animal populations worldwide. More and more fish are being taken from the sea for human consumption. Fisheries programs have been successful at replenishing overfished stock or even raising fish to sell directly for eating.
Our future, we feel really optimistic about. Our white sea bass program, we're expanding into other species, not only to release back into the ocean, but also to provide in a more traditional farming way directly to the consumer.
Other things are affecting the killer whale's home, the ocean.
You also have to deal with parasites and boats and people and pollution and, and climate warming and all that. So there's so many hurdles that they have to overcome to survive as a species.
It can all have a ripple effect on the whales, the ocean, other animals, and on us, since we're all connected.
There are so many decisions that we make every day that can make either a good difference or a bad difference to the survival of numerous species of animals.
Pick up after yourself. Leave every place you visit cleaner than when you found it.
Think twice before pouring chemicals or detergents down the drain.
Please remember, everything eventually makes its way to the ocean.
Be an informed consumer. Don't buy products made from threatened or endangered species.
Choose foods that are as environmentally friendly and sustainable as possible.
Learn, discover, question,
explore all you can about animals and the world we share.
Visit a zoo or aquarium.
Read, ask, surf the web. Or better yet, take a hike, hit the beach, climb a mountain, or dive a reef.
Then pass on what you've learned and get involved.
When we look eye to eye with another creature, we realize we're more alike than different. We all need clean air and water and a safe place to call home, a home we all share, Earth. We are all connected. We're all part of the ripple effect with killer whales, other wildlife, and their habitats. By watching this program, you have become that drop in the ocean. Without you, the ocean would be less because of that missing drop.
I really think it does come down to ocean health. Killer whales are intelligent, they're adaptable, they're found in all oceans of the world. If we give them a chance, if we work towards healthy oceans, they will find a way to survive.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who is talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5? Well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's gonna start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is gonna be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
And hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate. And then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade. Mhm.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the...
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the...
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you got to hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. and we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first serve.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday, opening it up to families with special needs. So we're going to get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year, so we're going to try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit. But I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year. We are pushing it out there, though, that, you know, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate.
Is that every day?
Every day, yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And I mean, that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last year was so cold, I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used the little helper, but then she got it, you know, pat, like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm gonna turn this one over to Kathy too in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multi-purpose building within 2 years and had to use the gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multi-purpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo, or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson
And granddaughter.
and granddaughter, and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that, you know.
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers were, we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us, that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat. That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea. It's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
They
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together. It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. And it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. I mean, my granddaughter showed up dressed as
Who were those
mermaid.
people?
And it was,
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out.
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So.
Is that the same one that was at the library for,
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was going to add her to her contact list.
Because that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program with Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they were a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past, $5?
$5.
$5 per family is what it's traditionally been.
Okay.
I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's going to change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there.
Yep.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them. It's about fun. It's not about a name, so.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should call it father-daughter dance, and whoever wants to attend, it should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Got to have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ coming, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do you
make
have
it,
an age limit?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No age limit, okay. So a 13-year-old would be fine.
Oh, Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh.
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
Okay.
all right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Sharmil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments.
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Sharmil Babalosa.
Babalosa.
I just call her, Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and
We're back to that again, wow.
huh?
Got to start early.
Well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it, that it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're gonna throw a couple of things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're gonna go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number 2 is, what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day Parade?
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but theirs. There's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed, we can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You know, you've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, you know, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel. And then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that. But this has become more of a festival for families. And it's been going in a different direction for years. And I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out and take that out of the back of their brain that it's
Well, if we go ahead and start do a thing to change the name, like have a a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Festival. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what and didn't even think about it. And when y'all were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like the LaVergne City Festival. I think that's, and I think our name should be in there for the city and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away, but at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's
more families are gonna come
more families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, I'm up in front. So when I get back, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
have left,
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within three months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have Old Timers, 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult. It's
well,
difficult.
And it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of horses.
Yeah.
But also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired and they want to go home. Whereas let's go straight up here and just do this. And then, you know, you've got your traffic up here, people coming in and participating, and that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there, and people just don't want to, they just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well, I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, you know, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. It would, I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
Well, you know, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still going to have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. You know, do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, you know, were on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival if they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the Old Timers, we had one in Old Timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we kind of have like a little battle of the bands at the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
they're wore out.
And they're not going to participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything, because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was gonna get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour, because it was so hot when he came here last time. So, I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really liked this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule.
And it kind of took away from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's going to be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time. So,
No, I thought it was before OTF.
was it before OTF?
It was before OTF.
It was
It was
just
the end of August.
Oh, it
Yeah,
was
it
end of August. I apologize. I was getting it in.
A couple of
Halloween
weeks
Moon.
before.
Yeah, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay. We could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to,
Just the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid, if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, then even if you do have a carnival and you can use the back parking lot and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
Yeah, so,
definitely-
we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away, and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't,
Food vendors, but the craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're going to get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions because that's just the way it is. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you want to talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? You're going to have people that don't come to the parade that are going to be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're going to say, yeah.
And then they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names for the festival and then let people choose. But I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just like if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you have
Last
to
thing,
The 5K, yeah.
we're going to throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is, we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know. We're throwing a lot of money at music acts, and we're not getting a return on the investment. We don't know how to win there. That's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you got to get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night, I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have. Not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well,
how
so
to fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off,
Yeah.
and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday, the biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have something besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like, we get it planned, and the
We're working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system, that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We like start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all.
Well, we're really involving the public too.
Yeah, we're doing other things that other kids,
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not gonna pay them, right?
Or gift card, like.
Yeah, they make, I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was gonna say we could just make a donation to their program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There's car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's going to be something that you guys are going to have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawks?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor No is going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to mention.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be sitting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Nope.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's going to leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets that seat's going to have to step it on up.
Like is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people to, somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply. They, again, contact Bruce. Again, application, you fill it out, and then
Her
it's
seat,
brought up.
her seat is now, I guess,
After this
Not
meeting,
a-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing y'all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.
The Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency's Hunter Education Program has certified over 750,000 students. Our volunteer instructors have made Tennessee one of the safest states in America to hunt. To find out about classes scheduled in your area, log on to tnwildlife.org.
On this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll go tracking an elk on North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area on the first archery-only elk hunt. We'll go visit Flintville Fish Hatchery as they prepare to deliver rainbow trout to a local fishing hole. Next, it's time to head down to the Wilson County Fairgrounds to draw for a duck blind. Talk about tradition. Then we'll go visit TWRA at the Murray County Fair, where they've brought along some Duck River natives to show off to the public. We'll round up some geese near Old Hickory Lake. We'll band them and formulate a population estimate. And finally, TWRA throws a remotely operated vehicle in the water in hope of some help with a boating investigation. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for a behind-the-scenes look at the work being done every day by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. Our first story today takes us to the field for the first archery-only elk hunt.
So this is a really special hunt. It's a unique hunt.
Well, I heard about it when they first started it up. I was really happy to hear that they were going to start an elk hunt up, and I started applying immediately. And when I saw the bow hunt, that's who I am. I love to bow hunt.
You know, being able to call in an 800-pound bull to archery range is just a phenomenal opportunity.
I'm used to rugged country. I'm used to hunting on hills and stuff, but I didn't know we were hunting in hills like Kentucky has. It was pretty rugged. I was wore out after day one. It wasn't so bad going in. Everything was downhill, going through field after field and down the hills and things. But boy, when we started out after the first hill, I was pretty much zapped.
East Tennessee elk hunting, just like any type of hunting, deer, especially turkey, any animal that you're trying to call, you have to locate them first. And up here, we don't have a lot of fields that the elk are using right now.
The challenging thing with hunting elk on this management area is the terrain, right? It is so steep, and it's kind of like turkey hunting. You may hear a bull bugle, but getting there is tough. You know, and because of the terrain, we're not able to put in these huge expansive fields like you might see in the West, where you see elk in meadows and stuff, and we just don't have many flat spaces to do that. But the elk are bugling pretty good right now. They're kind of keying in, seem to be on acorns a little bit. We're seeing them some in fields. This lack of rain has sort of harmed some of our initial field establishment with our winter food plots, and hopefully we'll have a successful hunt by the time it's over.
But we're close enough to hear it if there's anything up on this ridge.
The elk were not where they're supposed to be, and you know, they don't always get the calling card, and they don't know when to show up and where to show up.
So we're back in the timber. We're looking for sign on the ground, trying to find an animal that is not talking to you in the middle of all this big timber. It's quite daunting task just to even locate them.
After morning day 2, it was real discouraging, you know. For me, it's pretty disappointing, you know. You draw a large piece of land and you can't pinpoint them.
So we're literally hunting a turkey with horns that can smell you. And that's what we're up here trying to do. Where we're hunting right now, we're walking in 2 miles in and 2 miles back out. So we're in here, and so are the animals. We just have to stay with it.
Yeah, at the end of the 2nd day, God did his job and put us where we needed to be. The bull must have stood up and let out a, you know, wake-up bugle. And that was unlike any experience I've ever felt in my life. It was nice.
There's a bench right here when I was standing there that kind of comes up at an angle that way.
The moment of truth, and the elk answers you. Nothing can prepare you. No matter how many hunts you've been on, nobody has the constitution to stand there and be stone-faced when it happens.
There's a bull right there. Get on that tree, get behind the tree, and ease around it. There's a bull right there.
It happened so quick. It's hard to describe what was going through my mind. It was sort of like your first deer, except for more exciting.
Oh my gosh, there's another one coming from our left. Oh my God.
Things did come together, but didn't play out the way it should have.
Oh my God, I just missed.
No matter where you've hunted in the world, no matter what you've done, having a bull elk come into you at bow range is just unnerving, and that's just all I can say. I mean, it's terrifying.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, it's everything I thought it would be, and truthfully, you know, having the bull, you know, in my sights, 2, not 1 but 2, that made everything, you know. And I think this is, you know, a great hunt. Glad they put it on. Hope they continue. Maybe in the future we'll see more and more hunters be able to come out here and enjoy what I enjoyed.
It's always tough to predict what a population will do over time, but you know, I think it will continue to grow, especially as we make some more management decisions that put more quality elk forage out on the landscape, and we can get, you know, better nutrition, better calf production, and then recruitment into the population. So, you know, ultimately, you know, maybe in the future we'll have more tags and more hunters can come and enjoy this resource we now have.
Next up, Flintville Fish Hatchery, winter trout stocking.
So this is the Flintville Fish Hatchery. On release days, we stay pretty busy. Our stream crews goes out and surveys the stream, and they'll come up with a number of trout that they think we could use in that stream, and we'll go with it, and sometimes we have to tweak it a little. A lot of it depends on fishing pressure. Hatchery was built in 30 and 31, originally built by the federal government, and wildlife took it over sometime in the 40s. We've been putting out the trout ever since. We usually run around 120,000 a year, adult fish, and for years we raised like 250,000. Like I say, 120,000 a year, so they add up pretty quick. Millions and millions over the years, all rainbow, that's all we raise on this side. Yesterday, we left them off feed. This morning, we'll come in, we'll water our trucks, get our numbers off the charts, what we got to have for that particular stream for that day. We go down and screen the fish down. We've got a loader truck that we reach in and get the fish with, and it actually weighs them as it's picking the fish up. We go by that weight, how many numbers of fish we've got. He'll swing it over the truck, pull a pin and dump it into the water. Then we'll haul them to the stream.
The winter trout stocking program is just to provide fishing opportunities that otherwise would not exist. We stock a lot of metropolitan urban areas where there are a lot of potential anglers, and it gives them opportunities to come out rather than just traditional spring, summer, fall. They're able to continue fishing through the winter. It increases catch rates and provides another species. You know, so many people love to fish for trout. So that is the main goal, is just to keep people fishing year-round and provide more opportunities in these urban areas.
Start.
Our next story is about drawing for ducks and the tradition of it all.
Well, okay, we got 69, 71, 81, 82, 19, 18, and 17.
Just glad to show me some ID because you don't look nothing like Kobe Bryant.
I just retired.
This is our annual duck blind drawing. For as long as I can remember, we've always held it right here at Wilson County Fairgrounds. This site right here is just Old Hickory, but all the blind drawings all across the state is today. It's the first Saturday in August.
It's pretty awesome. It's a pretty unique atmosphere having everyone together like this, and kind of a gathering of duck hunters early in the season. We don't get anything like this, where we're from originally, so it's kind of a unique environment.
Yeah, it is. It's terrific.
There was talks at one time to put it on a computer draw, and I think we got a lot of negative feedback on that because they like to come out and make it into an event.
We think of different seasons like squirrel season as the beginning of the hunting season, but I think a lot of these people that show up here, this kicks off their season.
33, 35, 37, 39. Good blind, good blind. Y'all done a good job this year, except planting. Rodney needs to be fired. Come here. Come here. We ain't editing nothing.
This is the
here,
man, right?
come around here, Rodney.
Yes, yes.
Let's look at heads.
This is the one time where the agency folks, who by the way are mega outdoorsmen, are coming out with the sportsmen of the state of Tennessee, and we get to meet with them face to face. And this happens in all over the state of Tennessee, really, but for here it's very special for us. It's been going on for decades.
It's kind of a big day for all the duck hunters, especially in this area.
Got to be one of the food hole spots, for sure. Maybe something on the upper end, like 0 or 4, probably.
That's the current plan. We'll adjust as we go along.
They're looking at the food, they're looking at the blinds, and seeing what condition everything is.
Yep.
The process is they put their name in, and then it's just like a door prize drawing. We put it in a drum, we spin it, we pull the name out of the hat. And we call them up, and then they bring all their people in, and we sign them on, and they get their blind permits, and then they're good to go for that. They hold that blind for the entire season.
First, rule number 1, get drawn. Then we'll go from there. Hey, 105.
We've got 88 blinds in Unit 1, and then we've got 44 blinds in Unit 2. The corn is fair, but we did get almost 100 acres of millet on top of that, and the millet grows really well in wet conditions, and it's coming on pretty good. So as long as we get the weather to push the ducks south, we should hold ducks during the season.
This is a time when everybody that comes in here, most of the people that are here have either lifetime licenses or they have Type 04 sportsman license. And so it's unique. It's a unique little niche that we have in the agency. It's tradition. There's no question about it. This has been going on so long. It is a part of the agency. And I know it's hot. This is always August, first Saturday in August. It's hot, but everybody comes out here and we all have a good time and we love it.
Line 18 for Ryan Good.
They know they're going to see people they haven't seen since last year's duck blind drawing. And you just see them get in the group and they're talking about their experiences, and the children are around them, the younger people are around them, and they're listening to this, and the excitement is contagious, there's no question about it.
We've really worked our butts off this year. We've worked up every square inch that we possibly could in our duck ponds, planting, everything from corn to millet and milo, and we're just waiting for the food to cure out so that we can put water on it this fall and flood all of our fields and wait on the ducks.
Hey, let's go to the Murray County Fair and see some outreach from TWRA staff.
Murray County Fair comes around once a year. It's usually the second to third weekend of August, and it runs about 5 to 6 days.
And you know what that one is? What does it look like? It's pretty smelly when you smell it. Skunk.
Yep.
It is skunk.
We've had a booth for about the last 4 years now. We take that time to meet and greet a lot of Murray County residents. Some from other counties come to the fair. We're set up on your way in the fair, so we get a lot of people that are coming in. They really enjoy seeing some of the wildlife that we have.
Is that the catfish? Catfish. Yep, that's a catfish.
We put a fish tank up. We catch native fish from the Duck River the week of the fair.
Here we go.
It's about the only time of the year that us as officers get to shock fish anymore, so we go out, we'll shock some fish up. It's hard work and it's hot weather, so gives us a little bit more respect for our fish guys that do it every day.
We'll shock right through here for now. You want another catfish?
It's kind of fast-paced action. You know, as the fish comes up, you got to reach in and grab it with the net pretty quick. And if you're just a little bit too late, then you miss that fish, and you know you might have missed your great opportunity to catch something that we didn't have.
Try to get a good variety of everything, that way people can see what's in the Duck River right here.
People have a different mindset about the Duck River. It doesn't have that crystal clear, pristine water look to it. It's kind of always dingy. We often call it the muddy duck, and that's its natural color. But people associate that dinge with a lot of times bad stuff, and this helps them realize that it's very diverse. Like I said, it's one of the most diverse rivers in North America. Got the most amount of species, got a lot of endangered mussels, a ton of other mussels, a lot of different creatures live in there for sure. So helps us show them what's right here in their home county.
I want a fish.
Everybody that comes through here just seems to love the fish tank.
Raccoon, possum, skunk.
We have a lot of people that just traverse back and forth through the building. And a lot of times when the kids see it, they just flock to it automatically, and then the parents, you know, have to stay with the kids, so they're following them, and we get to talking about it. That's probably one of the smaller garter we shocked up today. And there were several, you know, a lot of those fish too that they've never seen before, and when we tell them that they come out of the Duck River, they never would associate that many fish being in the Duck River or you know, being as diverse as it is.
We see a little bit of everybody. A lot of times the kids will come over, look at the fish, but then their parent may have a question. They've been waiting a year or 5 years to ask a game warden in person. So we're sitting there, we answer a lot of questions, we give out a lot of materials, hunting, fishing guides, give out business cards, answer any kind of questions you may have law enforcement or wildlife related. We look at a lot of trail camera pics, hear a lot of hunting stories, a lot of fishing stories, and it's just a great way to interact with the public.
Our next story is about a goose roundup.
What we're trying to do is get the geese off the lake into this pen so we can bring them in, band them, assign gender, age them, and then we'll release them back out. I see a bunch there in the slough. Is anybody over there to work them up this way? We have to do it for the feds to have our early goose season, resident goose season.
I've got one kayaker. If we had the other one, it'd help.
Yeah, I see one right here. I'll send him up to the back of the slough.
Back in the, if I'm not mistaken, in the 70s, some juvenile Canada geese were brought down to Old Hickory Lake. And waterfowl tend to go back to wherever they're raised to have their young. And since those were raised here, over time, resident birds have grown, the flock has grown, and once we decided we wanted to go ahead and hunt those birds, then the feds required us to maintain some kind of record on what the size of the population is so that we don't over-harvest. And that's what this is doing. This is will go ahead and tell us how many of the banded birds that we recapture. Will give us some idea on what the population size is.
Tell you what's going on is, this time of year the geese are molting, they're losing their feathers.
Waterfowl traditionally molt their wing feathers, their flight feathers, and they do that when they have their young. I think that's nature's way of keeping the mama on the ground, protecting the young.
You always have a few that still have a few flight feathers that get away from us, but we'll take the boats, the kayaks, and we'll round them up on the lake. We'll push them up to this point, and they'll walk right up here, and we'll put them in a pan, and they'll sit here until we're finished with them.
All right, we'll get them in the pen. First thing we do is we look for any birds that have already got bands on them.
Right here, Russ, this one right here, that one right there.
That one?
Yep. Here you go, James.
We record those bands because those are the ones that we can use to estimate population.
1138-12066.
Got it.
And then if there are any juveniles, we'll separate the juveniles out so they don't get trampled. And then we'll go ahead, those birds that are banded, we record. Then we'll go through the adults. We go ahead and sex.
Male.
Male. We go ahead and band them, record that, turn that back into the federal government. And then we'll do the juvenile birds. We'll go ahead and band those. Most of those are plenty big enough to put bands on that'll stay. It's just it's another season, another opportunity, and that's what our agency is about, is opportunity. Of course, we can't hunt here, but we can hunt in the general vicinity, which knocks some of the population down, so maybe there's just not that many birds that create a mess. Sometimes the feds have to come in and other times of the year and capture some if they become a real nuisance, but this is just to control the size of the population of resident birds. They just go back on their way, it doesn't affect them a bit, so they go back on their way and do what geese do, make a lot of mess.
We'll finish off this episode with a boating investigation story.
April, the weather starts to warm up, starts to get pretty. You get a lot of fishermen. You don't get a ton of pleasure boaters right now. Starting about May, warms up a little bit more. You get a lot of people out skiing, sea-doos, personal watercraft, everything. Right now we've got a missing person here on Priest, and we've got OEM out here as well as some of our guys with TWRA. As far as we understand, there was 3 individuals on board on the canoes, and there were 3 life jackets.
When they left out, they indicated that the waters were pretty calm. They weren't having any trouble, and as the day progressed, the conditions changed. The wind got up. All of the parties, all 3 of them, transitioned into 1 boat instead of 2, and then the waves and the wind were really high, ultimately capsizing the canoe that they were in.
OEM has a couple of dogs they use in body recovery, and they've hit a couple of times out here where we believe the individual may have gone down. Anytime they hit, if OEM sees anything on their side imaging, or if the dogs hit, we're going to come over and use the ROV and see if we can find something.
It's a very technical piece of equipment. There's, I'd say, 3 main things that we're looking at. We have sonar built in on the ROV itself, and it's ultimately like shining a flashlight underwater on the bottom of the lake bed. We can plot points that are of interest to us. We can mark things such as evidence or where we recover evidence or people. And additionally, we have a camera on board that we can take photographs and take video.
It's, for lack of better terms, like a little bitty sub with a camera on it, and he's controlling it with a joystick over there, and it's tethered to a cable which runs to their equipment, and he's looking at his laptop, and anything that our ROV sees, he can see.
And the reality is most people think they're a good swimmer, and many of them are, but they encounter situations where they're all of a sudden end up in the water and they don't expect to be. The water is cold, they're not dressed to be in the water, they've got on many clothes such as hunting apparel or waders, and they don't anticipate being in the water, and all of a sudden they are, and now they have to swim, and sometimes they may be in the middle of a lake, or they may be in a very current-ridden river, and they just can't overcome that. They may be a good swimmer in a nice warm pool in the middle of the summer, but many of the situations that our sportsmen get into out here on our waterways are not very conducive to swimming in the gear they have on and the environments that they fish and hunt in. I couldn't imagine standing on the riverbank with my family member missing for days and days at a time and trying to go home and sleep and carrying on a normal life. So that's the reason myself and our other investigators, our other boating officers will come out at all hours of the day and night and use this piece of equipment to try to bring closure to these families that have been involved in these incidents on our waterways. What's the one thing you want people to bring to the lake? You know, and I would always say common sense, because people get out here and there's no speed limits, there's no stop signs, and people sometimes lose sense of speed and direction of travel, and they want to just go and have fun and forget about things that may happen. Slow down, bring common sense, have a good time, but be safe.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy, our legacy.
Hey Tennessee, I'm Kix Brooks. You know, I've been blessed to tour this nation from sea to shining sea. And every time that bus rolls back across the state line, I'm reminded how good we have it here in our home state. Whether you like to hunt, fish, or watch wildlife, we got our Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency to thank for it. But before you follow that red dirt road to your favorite fishing hole or hunting spot, there's one thing you need: a license. Just visit GoOutdoorsTennessee.com and you can get your license in minutes.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels. When I was a kid, I loved baseball and football and all kind of stuff, but my favorite pastime was when my daddy would get me up early in the morning, we'd go hunting or fishing. Out in the fresh air on the water or back in the woods, and you learn a lot. You got kids, take them hunting, take them fishing. Join me. Buy a hunting or fishing license. Let's keep wildlife in Tennessee. That's a doggone good thing.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening. I call the Citizens Forum to order. We have two speakers tonight. You will be asked to come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. First, we have Kim Gentry.
Evening, Mayor and Board of Aldermen. My name is Kim Gentry at 1047 Waldron Road.
Mayor of LaVergne, how would you achieve that?
Transparency is an important goal, not just for the office of the mayor, but for the entire city. Since I've come in as mayor, we have started putting whole agendas online, both social media and the website. Of course, we have had for quite some time, we've had the YouTube channel. That information gets out to people. You can answer questions and go through that, all the different issues that are going on with people. You can talk. That's the biggest thing in this society that's missing, is people sitting down and talking versus just saying, hey, I don't like you, I don't like your position, and moving on, and you're just a bad guy. Communication is a big part of transparency, and so that would be an important tool for everyone, for the city and for the mayor's office.
I found that an interesting excerpt from the League of Women Voters mayoral forum back in the fall. The tool of communication did not exist in the recent water outages in the South Waldron community. The first occurrence at my house, I thought I was dealing with a frozen pipe issue until I became aware that there were other neighbors with the same issue or low pressure. It was not easy to deal with that. The second occurrence, I was out of town with visiting family. What if my house had caught on fire with this water outage? It's come to my knowledge that possibly Mr. Beasley, who can address this, I'm sure, in his department report, wasn't even aware until the Facebook post on December 26th that we had an outage of water in our area. What if someone had died in a house? Well, the communication was made, or the statement was made of, well, we've got people without electricity, people are dying with no heat. Well, at least we knew about the rolling outages. We knew that it was happening. Had we ever questioned that SCADA, would it possibly fail during a freezing temperature? Do we have a reaction recovery plan, and is communication part of that plan? And if so, why did we not use it? Simply a Facebook post would have helped in letting us know that possibly something could happen. 5 seconds, Facebook post. And how we might could have helped a citizen prevent the numerous outages by conserving water. Or what duration were we looking at? We could have been informed at some point during the process. Why weren't we? We've got great department leaders. Let them do their job outside of this boardroom, and let's let them communicate with the citizens. What if the NFL had not reacted and communicated properly Monday night? What if?
Thank you. Next, we have Steve McGill.
I'm Steve McGill, I live at 177 Blair Road. On Christmas Eve, we returned home to discover we had no water. As challenging a week we had with extreme weather, it was not very surprising. I was so relieved when I found out it was area-wide and not my own pipes, since we had made it through the coldest days okay. I completely understood that any number of issues could have occurred. Frozen large pipes, accidents, any number of things could have caused the outage. So I immediately turned to the internet and social media to see if there were any updates. Several neighbors had already reached out to the after-hours water department and were waiting to hear back. We heard rumors of an accident with a fire hydrant. We went to bed and hoped for the best. On Christmas Day, we had water, albeit with very low pressure. Again, no notices on the city website or announcements on social media. The rumor mill told us that the tank had drained during whatever was repaired, and trucks were supplementing refilling the water tank. But then we lost water again completely. The day after Christmas, at 1:25, the city first acknowledged an issue and attempted to explain the cause. Some of you have ridiculed neighbors for raising questions about how this was handled. You've said we should be ashamed of ourselves for raising questions while people died from cold weather and electricity outages. I'm not surprised. It's the typical response we expect from the majority of this board to blame anyone who questions your decisions. So allow me to explain my concerns. Was I angry I had no water? Not at all. It was completely understandable. Was it an inconvenience? Yes. Was it life-threatening? Not to me or my family. Was my home at risk? Turns out it was, since the fire department didn't even know we had no water in this area until it was posted on social media. So here's my issue. We pay a city administrator and an assistant administrator a very competitive wage. And for the life of me, I cannot figure out what they're responsible for. It is clearer than ever to me that this mayor wants to single-handedly run this city. It's clear that no one feels empowered in his absence to even put out an announcement for something that affected a significant section of our city. I believe everyone did their best. However, I don't believe there were any plans in place to handle something like this. There's now an opportunity for all departments involved to understand what happened and determine how it will be addressed in the future. It's up to you to determine what you learn. Please empower the employees we already employ and hold them accountable. If they don't want that, they're not the right associates. But this city clearly cannot continue to be mayor-dominated if we truly want to improve all citizen lives.
Thank you. That's going to close out the Citizens Forum. We will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is January 5th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. I will have the prayer tonight, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we just ask that you would put your healing hand upon this city to melt and mend hardened hearts, to get everyone working together, to get them working to benefit each other and not themselves. We ask, Lord, that you would watch over our men and women, both serving in emergency and both serving all across this nation and world. We ask all this in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is to approve the minutes from the September 6, 2022 regular meeting and the December 6, 2022 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the September 6th and the December 6th regular meetings.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis.
As promised from last month, if you look at the second slide, you will see the data from November 9th through November 30th. You can see that information there. And if you go to the next page, you will see the numbers for the month of December for that. Just some highlights. You will see that car burglaries, theft from motor vehicles. We had six cases in the month of December. All vehicles left unlocked and normal hours between 12 midnight and 6 a.m. The good part about it is there's no weapons in the hands of bad guys right now. And if you go on through your packet, you also see LPD activity. As you can see, the men and women, even though we're shorthanded, you can see that they're still busy working. 3,459 calls for service, 150 arrests, and 902 traffic stops that resulted in 20 DUI arrests and 49 drug arrests. So kudos to the men and women for working hard as they are. Any questions?
Chief, do you want to talk a little bit about the accreditation?
So we got word today. We set application to begin the accreditation process through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. back in September. And the accreditation program is something that's really nationwide for police departments to have a set standard for every officer across the board. You know, like one shift wouldn't do it one way, another shift was a way that the department adopts through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. And we got our information today that we was accepted into the program to start our process for accreditation. Now that we've been accepted, we got 3 years to get it done. So it's going to be a madhouse at LPD for us, but it's going to be huge for the city. It's never been done. We've attempted, but we got to the policy part of it and just kind of fell off. So this is really huge for us. I got people in place that's actually dealing with accreditation and accreditation only. So I think it's going to be successful this time.
Wonderful. You want to have any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Just as each month, I'm sure you've had an opportunity to review our reports. Of course, you have the month of December reports in front of you, but you also have the year-end report for 2022. There is a typo up there at the top. I'm sure y'all noticed that. It looks like we've had about a 10% increase in our runs, about 300 runs more than we had last year, which is trademarking or trending as we were the year before that. A vast majority of them, again, are in medical. 2,718 runs this year versus 2,500, so about a 200 plus change in runs or an increase in runs. And that's why we focus so diligently on training our people to treat what our citizens need the most. Medical training, 80% of our run volume is there. We did have an increase in motor vehicular accidents, a couple of extra fires that did not occur last year. But most everything else is on par from where we were this time last year. This was an extremely busy year for the LaVergne Fire Department. Not only did we increase by 300 runs, but we completed our ISO evaluation. We're still waiting on reports from the Insurance Service Office on that. It's been an extremely, extremely busy year, and I'd like to take my hat off to the firefighters, this department, the men and women that serve every single day. Also, if I could, Mayor, you and I talked Tuesday night about Community Connect. Hopefully tomorrow you'll see some push out from some social media sites about the Community Connect that you can find on LaVergne or fire.laverne.tn.gov, where citizens, business owners can go to that website, click onto the link for the Community Connect. That allows each person within the city to give us what information they would like to know about their home or their business. Tell us how many people live there. Maybe you have a senior adult or a child living on the second floor. Most of us are old enough to remember the Tot Finder stickers on the windows. This is like an electronic version of that for the firefighters. So as we're en route to the house, we can review that information and we can know that we have specific needs. You can even take pictures of your dogs, post those up there, as well as locations for your gas shutoffs, water shutoffs, any special needs that you may have for the home. So it's a very critical tool for our firefighters that we've never had before, decision making.
I believe we had a few already take some photos and upload them, haven't we?
Oh, yes, sir. We've probably got 60 plus people in the last 3 months upload information, and I'm saying we probably, of those 60 people, we've got no less than 40 or 50 pictures of canines. So it is an incredible tool, without a doubt. And it's like I said, it's like the old Tot Finder that I had on my window when I was a child. So that information stays within the website. It's not available to anybody else other than emergency personnel, so it's a secure site as well.
And Chief, you also had some staff members get some accreditation, some certifications just recently. Is that right?
This is an incredibly busy. We had a number of people get their Firefighter 1, Firefighter 2, instructor certifications, fire officer certifications. I've not posted yet because the complete numbers have not came in, but we had 12 people complete EMT, advanced EMT training. We're waiting on the state certifications on that. Some of them already returned. But I don't want to post that until we get our final numbers on those. But again, at this point, we have 36 personnel in the streets every day, if I remember correctly, that have EMT basic or advanced EMT, and one paramedic serving the citizens. Again, that's 80% of our run volume. That's where the bread and butter is for the city. And if you look at community risk reduction, we're meeting the needs on top of the fires that we work. But we concentrate on the numbers as well.
Does anyone have any other questions?
We got sidetracked yesterday, Chief, talking, and
Yes, sir.
I meant to ask you, are we still doing the smoke alarm system? And if we are, what is the criteria?
There is no criteria. If you call and request to our fire admin office or go through the LaVergne fire.laverne10.gov, I think that, to me, that's the easiest way to get to us because it's documented. You can request smoke alarms. We'll install smoke alarms in all the appropriate locations in the home, outside the bedrooms, one in a central location at zero cost to the citizen.
Okay, and my next question is, how's the mud hole?
It's wet. It's wet. We met Tuesday or Wednesday on that, and we've got some things to deal with. Kyle and myself have got some decisions to make, but you're in the construction business. It's this time of year. January, February is going to be a difficult time to try to get some concrete on the ground to start the construction process. But it is a swamp.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Chief Beasley, I just want to be clear. When were you first notified of the water outage in the South Waldron community?
When I recognized it on social media.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You see the help desk tickets there, 72. Man hours devoted to those, 583.5. You see some of the past projects that we've worked on this past month. Upcoming events, January 16th, Martin Luther King Jr. celebration at 10 a.m. February 4th will be the father-daughter dance at the multipurpose building, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Under the Sea is the theme. Mermaids will be on site for photo ops. You see some of the past senior events there, a couple of upcoming senior events. Upcoming meetings, Senior Center Committee meeting, 4:30, January 23rd. Also on the 23rd is the Park and Rec meeting at 6 and the Beautification and Arts Committee meeting at 7 p.m. Martin Luther King, I just want to go back to that real quick. I encourage everybody that has the opportunity to please come out. We have some awesome guest speakers lined up. That is going to be at the multipurpose at 10. If you're off that day, please come out. If you can, if you're working and you take an early lunch, come out and see it. We're very excited. Shamil Balbalosa is going to be one of our guest speakers, along with John DeBerry. He's an amazing man, has an amazing story to tell. Actually marched with Dr. King and was in the audience for his last speech the day before he was assassinated. So that opportunity to hear firsthand that knowledge and that experience is not going to come around that often, so we are very excited to be able to book him to come to LaVergne. Any questions?
Thank you, David.
Yep, thank you.
Moving on to the Library Department, Ms. Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You see our monthly statistics there. A little bit low, but we were closed several days during the month of December. We did some inventory, we did some maintenance in the library. So we feel pretty good about that. We're going to move on up, though. We did get 47 new patron cards, and we're happy about that. On our programs, there were 11 for ages birth to 17 with an attendance of 166. And then I want to talk just a second about two special events that we had. The LaVergne High School Junior ROTC had a reading night. And you can see a picture there at the bottom of the report. There we go. That is the Wolverine Battalion. And they are the ones who created the books that were read that night based on the 7 values of the Army, or the Army's 7 values. Get that right in this moment. So we were very happy to have them. They were very excited to be there, and we were excited to have them. So January at the library, story times are going to resume on Monday morning. So we want to encourage all of our Storytime people to come on back, and we encourage new people to come join us. We do offer story times and arts and crafts activities for all ages, from birth all the way up to 99 plus. The library will be closed on Monday, January 16th, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We do hope that some of our patrons will come out and join the Parks and Rec team at Multipurpose Building. I think it's going to be a great celebration. I know I'm looking forward to it. In honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., two of my newest staff members created a display. I would love for you to come by and see it. This picture really doesn't do justice. Jonathan Skinner and Rosie Civilay created this display for us, and their very first one since being hired into the library. So proud of them. We are going to try to start a new program. It is going to be called Intro to Financial Education. This is going to be presented by Mark Pretty. And I should have had his bio. I do not, but he is very educated, very knowledgeable on all financial areas. And I just want to read it verbatim for you. It says, join us at the LaVergne Public Library for the first education presentation on financial literacy. The first course on financial literacy will cover the basics of financial education and literacy, including core financial concepts and the importance of managing personal finances. January is a good year to look into that and to get started. The suggested ages are ages 17 and over. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to read two paragraphs. Financial literacy refers to the ability of using knowledge and skills to make informed and responsible decisions about personal financial matters. This presentation will provide an overview of these concepts and discuss the importance of financial education and literacy in managing personal finances and achieving financial goals. Throughout each course, we will discuss financial concepts such as saving, investing, budgeting, as well as the broader economic and financial environment. Mark wanted to give back to the community. He was very much an avid reader when he was younger. He would come to the library, and he said it's kind of like coming home. And so this is a free course that he is doing for us. It will be the first one on January the 12th at 5 p.m. That's a Thursday night. So we would love to have some people come out and give us some feedback if this is a course that they would like to have continued. The library board will meet Monday here at City Hall at 5 p.m. Do you have any questions?
Bless you. Thank you, Ms. Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department, Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. You have the financial summary in front of you. I'm just going to touch on some highlights. In the general fund, year-to-date, our expenses exceeded revenue by $161,321. Our local sales tax year-to-date number was $6,589,603, which is $1,589,603 above our budget. It's also $658,000 above our prior year. Our state street aid, the revenue exceeded expenses by $125,000. Stormwater expenses exceeded revenue by $73,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenue exceeded expenses by $6,380,045. Just a reminder, the reason that's significantly higher is we did receive the second half of our ARPA funds, which was $5.3 million. Second page you have is just our balances on our bank accounts. The third page is our comparison to prior year. In our general fund, revenues were up $212,000. Expenses were up $334,000. In our water sewer fund, revenue was up $5.5 million. Expenses were up $291,000. And our water and sewer tap fees were down $37,000. Questions?
Does anyone have any questions?
No questions, just a statement. You're doing a great job. when you're presenting us these numbers and stuff. I like that, the way you do it. And I know Phyllis is about to check out on us, and I just want to say if you learn to make biscuit and gravy as good as she does, you'll be able to.
I've already been asked that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Oh, you have, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to water treatment plant, Mr. Dwayne Lowry.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, pleasure to be here this evening. I know you all have the report. I hope you had a chance to run through it. I would prefer, if everyone's agreeable, that we just skip and discuss the Christmas water event, being that is a subject of discussion. I'm going to kind of give you a timeline of the things that happened from the water plant on out. So we'll start with December 23rd, which was a Friday. At approximately 12:30-ish in the morning, some weather was coming through. We had some power blips, and we lost our SCADA signal to our McFarland tank. So the McFarland tank, is a small tank in comparison to everything else out in the system. It decided that it was going to be at 581% full. Obviously, that wasn't happening because we didn't have ice everywhere. But we were able to control that manually because we could see the discharge pressure off of our pumps. So when the pressure got to 81 pounds, we turned a pump on. When it got to 87 pounds, we shut a pump off. So we were able to cycle that manually. Then at approximately 4:30 a.m., we had some power blips that came through, and it tripped the main breaker on a raw water building. Now, the power was not off long enough for a generator to run. The main plant was fine, but the main breaker for the raw water plant was stuck in a trip position. So we came out, we looked at it, and typically you could take the pressure off by just killing all your electrical power, reset your breaker, and then start everything back up. That did not work. So we called Eaton out to do it. They came out at approximately 9 a.m. Unfortunately, they brought an 800 amp breaker, and it needed to be a 600 amp breaker. But in the meantime, they also needed NES to come out to kill the power to do the work that they needed to do. So NES came out quickly to kill the power. They came back with the right breaker, but with the changes of design over the years, that breaker did not match up in hole alignment, so he had to manufacture some stuff to get the breaker to fit in. Once the breaker repair was done, we needed NES to come back out. That took a little bit longer for them to arrive. Took approximately an hour and a half for them to show back up to turn the power back on. So the challenges we were facing at the time. So to give you the duration, we were not pumping water from Percy Lake to the plant for about 13 hours. From about 4:30-ish to about 6:30, we did not pump water into the distribution system. We were trying to conserve water at the plant, not realizing how long this was going to take, but then we turned the pumps back on. We had about 89% or so in our Sanders tank, and Sanford Knob was showing us at 78%. Hindsight being 20/20, which it always is, we noticed that Sanford Knob started flatlining at about 4:46 in the morning. So about 15 minutes after the issue with the raw water plant. So, we were looking at things, we were running the system, conserving water, looking at the knob, saying, okay, we got 78%, we're good, Sanders looks good, let's slow the plant down, that way we can hold the water in a clear well, we'll get this raw water. And then as the day goes along, we're managing it to what we believe to be accurate. Sanders was going down a little bit, but nothing that was detrimental. We got the plant back up and running at, it was roughly 5:30 p.m., and we started treating water again. Saturday morning, so Christmas Eve morning, we come in, we had 89% in Sanders, which is almost full. We run it to about 94%. And the clear well was full, and Sanford Knob was still showing 78%. Well, we caught the Sanford Knob issue Friday evening about 9 o'clock. We got a hold of the on-call person. There is a gauge on the tank. It's basically, I call it a glorified float, because it just floats in the tank and just moves the gauge up and down. That gauge read the tank at 41 feet. I almost said percent, Kyle, you called me on it. Which calculates to be 89% full.
So I was like, oh, good, we pumped some water into the tank. Now, we checked that again at noon, and it was still 41 feet. So something was kind of a little messed up there. And then approximately, I don't know if I have that in my notes, 7 o'clock Saturday night, the gauge fell, and it went down to 7 feet. So something was holding it up, keeping it stuck there. So when you look at Plan A is SCADA, use your SCADA system. Plan B is to use the float. Both of those failed, so now we're on Plan C. And in the whole meantime of this, we've been working with Michael Dietz and his crew on this issue. On Christmas Eve, because Sanders' tank was running low, Mike was looking at trying to get a pump in to connect to Smyrna in case we needed it. Being it's the holidays, trying to do it. He thought he had one coming from Illinois, but he didn't. We ended up finding one coming from New Jersey, and we all thought, well, that's not going to get here. But he moved forward with that. Well, at the meantime, we were still pumping. Saturday night at about 11:30-ish or so, the plant was struggling treatment-wise. When we shut the raw water pumps off for 13 hours and turned them back on, we brought in a slug of mud. And super pulsators don't like mud. So we were able to go approximately 24 hours before it started impacting us. But it started impacting us, and we had to make some treatment changes and some decisions. Danny Campbell came in Christmas Eve at about midnight, and he started working on maybe 1 in the morning. In the meantime, communication between Danny and Michael Dietz was happening, and we got a new reading of the Sanford knob that showed it to be very low at about 3:50 in the morning. Now, we were able to run Mason Road pumps, all 3 of them. We were running the pumps based upon the information that we had. So on the Friday, December 23rd, we didn't run them because it looked like it was full. On Saturday, we ran them. And on Saturday night, we had shut it off. And then when Mike called us with the numbers, we turned them right back on. And they were running. And we switched to reading the tanks with the pressure gauge off the hydrant that associated with the tank. And the plant was turned around. The plant was producing water. We were pumping over 5 million gallons a day out the door to the community from there. And Sanders was still dropping, and we were still pumping from Mason Road. So at 4 in the morning, we turned Mason Road back on when we got the very low tank reading. At 3:30 in the afternoon on Christmas Day, because the 3:50 in the morning was actually Christmas Day, Christmas Eve night into Christmas Day. 3:30 in the afternoon, we got a tank reading that showed that we're about 75% full at Sanford Knob. At 6 o'clock-ish, we were told it was 60% full, and we were pumping. And in order to fill up Sanders, we stopped pumping for a little bit, just to let things balance with Sanders. And then at 7:20, we were told it was very low again. So we started pumping again. So through all that, we had some issues with the SCADA system. We had some issues, obviously, with the float does on the tank. And we had some issues with the hydrant gauges and what actually was happening within the distribution system. The interesting thing for us, from our side, at least from Infomark's point of view, there is a number that people call to file complaints about the water at the water plant. We only received 13 phone calls. We received 1 on Christmas Day. And that one was to let us know that somebody's neighbor's pipe burst. We received, and I have this in front of me, if I turn it the right way, 5 on Christmas Eve, 1 of them from the same address, and all saying low pressure. Now, what we do as your operator is we turn those over to Public Works as this is what it is, and then they go investigate them. And everyone that I know that Mike's aware of that they investigated, they had water. There was water there. The pressure was lower, but there was water. And on December 26th, we had 7 of them. 2 of all these were in the Sanders zone. The other ones we believe to be in what would be fed from Sanford Knob. But all of them had water, lower pressure, but water. Mike told me when we were talking throughout this that there was issues that they received on call, and most of them were frozen meters, busted meters, frozen service lines. And even when they hooked up the Smyrna pump, it actually came in from New Jersey at approximately noon to 1 o'clock on Monday, December 26th, which when you think about that, considering the weather that was happening across the United States, that's actually remarkable. And, Xylem should be thanked for getting that to us as quickly as they did. But when he was hooking that up, he was even having conversations with people saying, thank you, but I have water, but it's lower pressure, but I still have water. So from our knowledge, it seems like, yes, we're low on pressure, but it's not a big event. It's a big concern, but it's not a big event. That's two separate things. We want to take care of the concern before it becomes an event, if that makes sense in the way that I say it. So the information we had in our hand was we got low water. We know we got low water. We had a plan in place. We were working through the plan, and we put everything on. It took approximately, well, the Smyrna pump was connect and turn on at 6:49 p.m. on December 26th. It took that long because everything has to be fabricated on site when that pump comes. So it's not just a plug and play. You have to build it. So that was turned on. We were still feeding water through Mason Road. We fed with Smyrna and Mason Road all of December 27th, and Smyrna pump was shut off on December 28th at about 9 p.m. And we have been running smoothly ever since. The plant has been producing a lot of water through this whole event. We were up, like I said, over 5 million gallons out the door. We were treating about 6.7 million gallons of raw water. The hiccup was on the 24th, but we recovered from that quickly. And there's just, it's one of those things where you look back and you go, what could we do different? How can we make this better? What can we learn from this? Well, one of the things that me and Danny's have talked about is, getting a better idea of the pressure in the system. What can we do? Is there pressure gauges that we could go physically read that are in place that, because SCADA's out, so can we go physically read them? We had a meeting on Tuesday, and we're going to be working on how do we make that better. We also can talk about SCADA and alarms that can give us, even before it can go out, to say, hey, the pressure is lower than this set point. What would that be? We'll have to build that out, but that is something I think is critical that we've talked about throughout the SCADA project of things that we could do to make this better. And pressurizing the system by knowing the pressure numbers. We were, honestly, there's part A and part B failed because, the SCADA system stuck, the float stuck, and then the tank readings were working, or the hydrant readings were working, and then it bottomed out. And we were just pumping. So I don't know if that helps. I don't know if that explains anything. I feel like I should answer more questions now than I should be talking. So if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to field them.
Well, first off, I'm going to chime in because I know I spoke with some residents over in the Ridge, Woodland Hills, and Summit View that, and over in Dove Creek that didn't have water at various times. Michael, I believe I was working with you on some of the Ridge people at the very last minute whenever everything got hooked up. So while this may not be a huge event to y'all, to the people who were impacted during Christmas, it was.
No,
so,
and don't let me, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but don't let me mistake. At the time, it didn't feel like an event. When you look back, it is definitely an event. If you look at any of the emails I've sent, I call it the Christmas water event. So I don't want to be mistaken. It's just, level of information that you have at that moment made it feel different than what it ended up being, if that makes sense.
So for me, the big thing is, number one, because I know we've met, I know you've been working with staff, and have we identified action items that either have already been put in place or are being put in place to prevent this in the future? Some of it, I know you can't prevent weather. I mean, weather's going to be weather. But to prevent this in the future? And if so, what are those?
So one of the things we've been talking about, at least from Infomark's point of view, we already have a process in place of working with the city. So when we see something, when we work with Michael Dietz and his team, and the response has always been great, the collaboration is always great. And we're like, what can we do differently? Well, one of the things to talk about is the pressures, getting better pressure in the system. So when you look at the situation, what could we have done different? Well, we couldn't do anything different at the water plant. It was run as hard as it could run. What we could have done differently is we could have ran Waldron Road and Mason Road together and say, all right, we now can run 3 pumps at Mason Road, and we would confer to make sure that that was acceptable with Michael Dietz and his team on the situation at hand, because if he's got a main break somewhere, he may not want all 3 pumps on until he gets that fixed. So we would have to collaborate with that. We could also run Waldron. The SCADA system, we've talked about that. I mean, can we get alarms when there's power? Yeah. When there's no power, it doesn't help us. There's really no help. But we also talked about, can we install physical gauges so that in the event this were to happen again and we need to go physically to the site and read something, that is strategically placed based upon the hydraulics of that area, so we know exactly what the pressure is in that area. Not necessarily on the suction side of a pump or the discharge side of a pump, but at the base of a tank. So that we could say, hey, I have 15 pounds of pressure in this tank, which is approximately 37 feet of water. So that we can do the math and understand what we have. So that was being discussed. And a lot of this needs to be put on SCADA systems so that we could trend it, so that we could determine what is normal. Because if you could put a pressure gauge out there, and if you go check it once every 2 years, once every year when an event does happen, you don't necessarily know what normal is. So getting it on SCADA so you can trend it, and even when the SCADA goes out, at least we have a physical device that we could walk to and look at, drive to, whatever the case may be. So communication-wise, the plan's already in place with that, Mayor, and that went well. Danny and Mike, and we all work together. Danny talked with me, I talked with Mike, I talked with Kyle, I talked to Bruce, I talked to you about at least the NES power thing, to see if you could help us get that done a little faster. But I don't think that it's internally on the process that we have in place, communication's an issue at all. It's just, even if we were to, we talked today about what if we put it in heaters? Well, it doesn't do you any good when the power goes out. If it's that cold and power goes out, you still have the same problem. You all don't have the same type of weather as I do back home, and it would not make financial sense to do some of the builds that are done with what you have because the costs run high. But, we could still continue to talk through that to say, is there better things to do? I mean, mind you, this is 1 week later, so there's still a lot of discussion that's gonna happen that we're gonna learn from. There's still data to file through to say, more lessons learned. What can we do differently?
Bruce, Kyle, y'all are both the city administrators, assistant city administrator. Do y'all want to weigh in on this event, and as far as the other side of it, the city side, and just kind of talk any about that, or your thoughts about what we can do differently?
I think in the future, this SCADA project that we're having designed right now is one of the things that, with this event happening, as Dwayne's stating, is I think we can make sure if there's any improvements or any pressure readings that we need at locations with the alarms and stuff like that, that would be a huge benefit that we know that now, that we can get it into the project, that in the future, hopefully, we get some alarms and stuff like that, because what you had is an event that really, when we was getting information, we were getting the information that they were seeing, but that was not correct information. I mean, when you go to a tank that the SCADA is telling you it's at 78%, you get out to the site because you're like, okay, this can't be right because it's stuck on that. You go out to the site, it says 41 feet. Okay, do we have 41 feet in there or do we not? So, you're going by the information you have, and until we realize that, hey, that's stuck at 41 feet, We didn't know it was stuck at 41 feet, or nobody that went out in the field to look at it didn't know that. Like Dwayne said, hindsight is 20/20. You see later on that it goes to, what was it, 7 feet or something like that. When it dropped, clearly it was froze. So we just so happened to have SCADA that had stuck. We had the gauge on the side of the tank that stuck. Then, you know, they went to option C as far as looking at pressure at the hydrant to see if they could determine, you know, okay, well, this is what we feel is in the tank. At that point, like he said, they were doing different pumping scenarios, is the best way I think to put it, that will give you water in different locations at different times. So you're not only just, I'm only filling up Sanders or I'm only filling up Sanford Knob, you're putting water in either all locations or you're putting it in Sanford Knob. When you're doing that, of course, you're pressurizing the system, because if you're getting water in the tank, basically the whole system, because I know fire's been mentioned. To my knowledge, I don't know that anybody went and connected to a hydrant that said there was no water, that there was low pressure. I don't think anybody can determine that fire was an issue, because if we were filling the tank, it had to be pressurized. So that's one of the things I think a lot of it could be, and that's what I find also that we need to, like you said, it's only been a week after. I know a lot of people are throwing out the term water outage, but going from the information I received, it was basically low pressure.
I had no water.
And
excuse me.
We're talking, I mean, it's just, that's one of the things that if there was no water, you know, how many people contacted Dwayne or how many people contacted on-call? I know Dietz had an on-call guy that was getting 80-something calls. Okay, in the future, we may have to have 2 or 3 on-call guys, because one on-call guy cannot keep up with the amount of calls that we were getting. And so what I'm saying is, when you're looking back at the complaints, to my knowledge, the ones that we had that said no water was almost every one of them meter busted, meter froze, service line froze. That has nothing to do with the pressure in the system. So, like I said, kind of what Dwayne was saying through the whole thing is, with the information we had, we made the best decisions that we could. Basically, Dietz, in my opinion, made an outstanding call on Saturday night to go ahead and get the pump en route, because the pump does cost money. It's going to cost. So do you really need it? Do you not? He just felt that something just didn't add up, so he said he went ahead and made the call. And I'm glad he did. The pump got there as quick as it could get there. That's the quickest we could get hooked up to Smyrna. When we got hooked up to Smyrna and got caught back up, we've had no problems. What happened was, we had an event to where the power was out and then the SCADA was wrong. And then we made decisions based on information that was bad. So how do we fix that in the future? We try to make sure that SCADA gives us proper information. Hopefully we can do things to where he's talking about on heaters and stuff. What we feel like happened on the tanks is some components, probably when the power went out, they were off long enough, because they're usually a battery backup. We feel that the battery, because of the temperature, did not keep those components basically running. So what happened? They lost programming. So is there SCADA components out there that, you know, do not lose the programming, or is that something that's common? Is there something that we can have besides the battery backup that would keep it from losing? Because if that's going to happen every time, then, you know, that's something we can look for. This is something that we never had happen, so I don't think we look for right off the beginning that, hey, this is going to happen. So I know I probably didn't answer everybody's questions, and I know I probably made some people not happy, but, you know, we can only do with what information we have.
The one thing, if I could jump in, that popped in my head as Kyle was talking, and, you know, it's an expensive option, but there's also an option of having generators out at the sites. So if you lose power, you have generators. So SCADA PLCs don't lose their programming immediately. They lose their programming after being off for a while. So both McFarland and Sanford Knob both lost their program. That's with those units being off for a while. So whether we have battery backup, maybe bigger battery backups, like maybe even something that can run a heater to keep something warm, or a small gen set that's set that when the power fails, it kicks on. That's an option. so that at least the SCADA won't drop, and we can keep the signal coming. Now, the two things that were wrong, and I'm going to get these wrong because every time I get told them, they go in one ear and out the other. And I don't know why they don't stick in my head. But one of them at the knob had to do with a component that was loose, that was felt it was totally weather related, that the connection wasn't right. That if it would have been warmer, that connection wouldn't have failed. But he had to reset that, and because it was down for so long, it had to be reprogrammed. The other part with McFarland was also weather related, and for the life of me, I cannot remember exactly what happened with that one, but they were both weather related. That if there would have been heat, probably wouldn't have happened. Now the loose component thing, there's kind of a underlying blessing there, because that would have failed at some point because it wasn't seated properly as an electronic component. But it just happened to fail when it got cold.
Michael, is there anything you want to add from this whole event for the board before anyone has any other questions?
I've got a quick question regarding the communication systems and the messages. Who gets those messages? Who logs those messages? Because I'm a little confused, because I know I personally live in the Ridge, and I had 7 residents of the Ridge who told me they called Christmas Day and reported no outage, and it's just difficult for me to believe that those 7 calls you reported today were those residents.
There's two different methods that the citizens have. They have our water complaint hotline, which we only received 1. So our operators get those calls, they take those calls, they log those calls. But there's also a number on the website that they call to get a hold of on-call on the city site. I don't have view to that. And I'm not saying that, from my perspective, we had 1 that came to the plant directly.
Gotcha.
So there's just 2 avenues that the community could reach out to. And, maybe in the lessons learned, we clarify those avenues a little better.
So going back, Michael, is there anything you want to add from this weather event from your side of things? Because we're trying to paint the whole picture for everyone, so they get the whole sides.
Yes, sir. And just to echo what has already been mentioned, it was an event. I felt like that event was managed to the best of our ability. I want this board and the citizens of LaVergne to know that. There's always going to be criticism and questions of what we could have done differently, and that's what we will learn from. That's our goal, is to learn from this event. What can we do differently to make it better next time? However, going back, would I made any changes different during this event? I can't say that I would. I feel like we managed it. I feel like we maintained the water in the system to the best of our ability. We got it restored as quickly as we possibly could over a holiday weekend, and I'm very proud of my team at the Public Works Department.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for Dwayne or Michael?
Well, did Smyrna have an issue with their water system? I know we got water from them, but what is Smyrna doing different than we are if they didn't have no issues?
Sir, I can't speak to that because I don't know how their system's laid out, but to my knowledge, they did not have any issues. We're thankful that they're a great neighbor, and we have a policy in place where we can get water when needed, if needed.
And I will chime in. Our neighbors to the north, Davidson County, did have significant problems. Whenever the news reported on LaVergne, it was as a footnote to the fact that Nashville had an under-the-river break on top of all of their other breaks.
Yes, sir. And if I may, just real quick, another side note here, the water event was one issue, but I'd also like to recognize all the guys and gals that worked during the winter event throughout the snow and ice, because there was a lot of hours that was put in there to make sure that the road was cleared for the citizens of LaVergne, as well as emergency services. So just like to recognize those guys as well.
Anyone have any other questions for Dwayne or Michael?
So, in your opinion, because I dealt with it, do you think those glitches from the electrical had anything to do with the SCADA and power?
It's a difficult question to answer, but my opinion is it definitely did on the raw water plant, tripping that breaker. And I'm not 100% certain that it might have had some play with the tanks, but I think that was more of maybe the glitch and the cold weather at the same time. But we're at the plant, we're not at the tanks. So I can't 100% say that those glitches even happened at those tank sites. We know they happen at the plant, because we were physically present.
And Carl brought up a good point. He talked about the fire hydrants. So we really don't know if the fire hydrants had water or not. Is that a fair statement?
So, to that, Vice Mayor, so that was thought of during the event as well by me personally. And to my knowledge, we was pumping 200,000 gallons a minute from Mason Road Pump Station into the south part of LaVergne, which would provide 2,000 gallons a minute in the event of a fire. We had the ability to kick on a third pump, which would have added another 1,000 gallons per minute to that system. Now, if we had gotten much lower in the Sanders water tank, then yes, sir, that call would have been made. So during the event, it was thought of, but the concern was not as high as priority as getting the Smyrna connection hooked up.
And if I can add a little bit to that. So these tanks have to be taken out for maintenance. And Sanford Knob has been out of service, or we fed the system through Mason Road and Walden Road. So it's not that you can't have fire protection with the tank out of completely empty, 2 foot of water, 5 foot of water. You still can have fire protection. You're just feeding it from a different methodology because the tank is out of service. So we could have turned, if there was something like that would have happened, we could have turned more pumps on.
How long would that take in case of an emergency? Do we have seconds or minutes?
It doesn't take long. As soon as we get the phone call, it's a click of a button and it turns on. And if we have to drive to it, whatever drive time it is from the plant to there, or from wherever one of his guys might even be closer, in case the SCADA wouldn't turn it on. It's not a long time to do that.
In which we was already providing 2,000 gallons per minute that we knew was leaving the pump.
So the terminology came up over this is the perfect storm. And from everything you've talked about, that's exactly what it was. From an ungodly cold for this area, electric, data, just everything. Once you got everything up and running, and I'm going to put Michael or Kyle on the spot, if we were not in this ridiculous predicament we're in with Stones River, would those tanks have filled up better, quicker if we had those lines put in?
Yeah, you're talking about the 24-inch.
Yes.
Yes, if that line was in, we can pump max. I mean, we can get 10 million gallon a day to that tank. Currently, with the piping system we have in, we max out about 5 million gallon a day pumping rate to get to Sanders tank. So that's where, if that line was done today, we could have got more water to the tanks quicker. The problem with that would have been like what Dwayne was talking about, and just being all open about it. That's where whenever he's saying that the clear well was at a certain level, well, you got to use the clear well water to backwash. And I know this is going to get a lot of probably too deep, but you can only produce so much water that they're limited to. So even if you had the 24 in, and let's say we was thinking we can get 10 million gallons a day, you got to produce that amount of water, and we're not at that. So there would have been some limitations, but yet could we have done better at getting water to the system? Yes, if it was done. And so in the future, with the 24-inch done and with the SCADA project, once it gets completed, hopefully this does not happen again.
And even when you look at what we were able to do, I've always heard the number of 5 million was the max we could do through the 18-inch line. We were over 5 million going out the door. I think we hit 5.3, 5.4 out the door. So, it would have been better to have that 24-inch in place. But even with the 18, I think we did pretty good at getting the water in the system.
You kept talking about a glitch. When the electricity goes off the water treatment plant, the diesel generators come on and kick in. Is that what you think might have tripped a fuse or something?
No, sir, because what happens is the utility power has to be off for a certain amount of time before that generator recognizes that there's no utility power, and then it turns on, and then there's a delay in the transfer switch before it transfers. That whole process, utility power have to be off for about 45 seconds. So when it's one of these type things, the generator would never turn on. And that's by design. That's to make sure that we're not backfeeding from a generator into the utility power.
and it has to start over every time it does that, the timing.
Yeah, it will recognize each individual process.
So it sounds like you've done all you could do. I know Michael did, man. I was talking to him and his guys, and not only did they have to deal with that, they had a big water main break and had to deal with that. So my final question is this: as a collectively group, it seems that some of the citizens' concerns out there, which Kyle brought this up too, is some didn't have water, some had low pressure. The neighbor had water, but this neighbor didn't. It was kind of crazy. So as far as a communication thing, if something like this were to happen again, who could they? I know they were calling, and apparently everybody thought that we all knew exactly what was going on. I know I didn't. I just heard the terminology "perfect storm." How can we, as a collective group, get there's no way you can put in a statement everything that we've talked about here in the last 20 minutes in a short term. Now, if you send something short out there to say, hey, it's broke, it's going to take a while, is that going to pacify? Probably not, but to get things out there.
We've talked about it. It's a difficult question because there's always a communication in cold weather that when you have a crawl space or a basement that's not heated, it's a trickle water so that your lines don't freeze. So there's a difference between trickling water and open up a faucet in your bathtub. So you don't want to use that one, you just need to move it slowly. But if you turn around and then say, we need you to conserve water, then the next thing you know, if people follow that and they turn it off, then their line could freeze. And then we end up with a break in a line that's running more water than they were if they were trickling it. So when you look at the decisions that we're making at the time, you're like, what do you say? Because, what we were seeing was low pressure. I'm not saying that people didn't have water because hindsight's 20/20. We're learning that people didn't have water. But at the time, it was low pressure. So it's like, I was talking to Bruce about water conservation notice, and like, do we not? It's a very difficult decision to make at that time with those extreme temperatures. Is there a different method to communicate to the citizens? Maybe we can collaborate on something that would be a little bit better, but I think we need to spend some time to make sure we have something that's foolproof. From us, on this side, working the thing, you're just trying to make phone calls and talk and make decisions and react. And maybe there's a way we could put something together where there's one person that could be reached out to that could put the things out there to the community that may not be in place today. Then
Well, if everybody had their water dripping like most people did, that would have used up a lot of water. That might have been one of the reasons you had low water pressure. If everybody left their water dripping, that's got to make up a lot of water.
Yeah, and that's the hard one. How do we know who's doing it? You're right. If everyone was doing it, that would take up pressure, that would take up water. You don't know who's doing it. You're just putting that recommendation out as a precaution so the homeowner doesn't have a line freeze. So you don't know who's actually doing that. And you don't know what that consumption is to know what you have to balance out and what you pump into the system.
Well, I'm going to say thank you to staff because I know for myself, I was out of town. I know, Michael, you tried to reach me a couple times, and where I was basically a little bit further back than Deliverance. So I was unreachable. And, y'all handled that as best you could, considering all the circumstances going on. So I want to say thank you because I know Danny's coming in Christmas at 1 a.m. working. Your staff worked through because whenever I got back, I went out to where y'all were at. And so thank you guys because y'all gave up your holiday with your families, just like everybody. Everyone's stuck in this situation. You are out here working in the cold. So thank you.
Yeah, I would. It seems like the biggest thing is the communication part, because it took 3 days before something came out from Public Works on what happened. So everything what started happening with this perfect storm, December 23rd, from everything, I know that through Facebook communication, social media, whenever there's a water line break or whatever, I live on Cedar Park Circle. We were known for our water main breaks. So anytime there was a water main break, there's something goes out on social media. Water main break, you're going to have an issue. Why wasn't something put out on social media when this was recognized? That's my biggest question, and it seems like that's the questions from the citizens. Why did it take 3 days before something came out and then everything was fixed, or basically everything was on the road to being fixed? That's my biggest thing. Because I work at Vanderbilt, and anytime something happens around the campus or around the area, we get an alert on our email, we get an alert on our phone if we want it. And I know, like I said, the community, depends on social media. So, that's my biggest thing, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I think there should have been better communication when this perfect storm started happening. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody or anything, but that's another thing to look at in your future planning and your policies and procedures.
And we most certainly will, yes, ma'am.
I just want to add on to what Carol said, but I honestly, being medical, and looking at the scenario, reading through the recap of exactly what happened, I honestly think the missed opportunity here is preventatively. When we're ordering pumps ahead of time preventatively, just in case we need water from Smyrna, I think that's a great time to notify the public, hey, there's potential outage, conserve your water, whatever recommendations you have at that time. But, just preventatively, once we're starting to put a plan in action just in case, that's a great time to let our citizens know on Christmas Eve, just in case we might be in a tight spot tomorrow, the next day, and the next few days. If you take a look at how Middle Tennessee Electric kind of approaches things with the high capacity, they preventatively alerted the community to try to reduce their demand, and they let them know the possibility of outages before they ever even started the rolling blackout. Just give the community a little bit more time to prepare for these instances.
Any other questions?
And I also want to make a note that I really think that any time that we have a problem with our water service, I think the fire department should be the absolute first people to know. I know, based on the data that you've collected, that things would have been just fine, but for their first notification to be a social media when it's gone out to the public, that is not acceptable. There are lives at risk that we need to consider. So, like I said, the emergency services, fire, most importantly. And I know he said you guys have great working relationships, and this is just kind of a one-off circumstance with everything, it seems like. But emergency services, number one, first and foremost. We got to keep in mind the safety of our citizens overall. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas.
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading, ordinance 2023-01, and an ordinance to amend Title V, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding purchasing. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yes.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yes.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-01, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Property Conservation Matching Grant Program. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2023-02, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Cyber Security Partners Matching Grant Program. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Moving on, number 7, approve a contract for purchase and sale of real estate and lease agreement for 169 Stones River Road, existing Fire Station 41. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'm going to second it for discussion because there was a sticking piece here about the lease agreement. Bruce, did we get that worked out?
Yes, sir. The lease amount will be $500 per month, and that has been put into the lease agreement that's in your packet.
Okay. Should all have that. That's it for questions for me. Anyone have any other discussion?
Just one more. When does the time limit start as far as the 500 a month?
Well, there is no time limit. It'll start once the property exchanges hands.
That's what I'm.
Until we're able to move out of the building.
And how long will it take before, if it's approved tonight, how long will it take before it's?
There is a period of time, due diligence time. I'm thinking it's 60 days, and then they have to close, I believe, within 30 days after that. So we're looking at approximately 90 days until we close, if everything goes through.
Any other questions?
The concern to me, and I brought up in the workshop, is, the price was $300,000, and the property was auctioned off beside it for $710,000. It brought up in the workshop that the contents was included, but the contents of the building was auctioned off separate. So the $710,000 was for the building and the property, not for the contents. The shelving, the glass cases, all the merchandise in there was auctioned off, but it was auctioned off separate. The building next door, which the building is bigger, but it's a big difference between $300,000 and $710,000. If you take the building twice as big, you're over twice as big in price. And it's concerned to me about the price. You just go back to the old post office, the code building. We sold it for less than the appraisal, and then it just seemed like we're getting into a pattern that we're selling city property less than the value. And that's something that that really concerned me. Your two properties right next to each other. It don't settle with me real good, and I want to broad up that. But the contents now was not included in the $710,000. None of the contents, the shelving, the showcases, nothing was auctioned off separate. The $710,000 was the building and the property, and we sold the old fire department for $300,000. Basically same size land, which the building was a little bit bigger, but I just concerned about the price.
Well, just to point out, the stormwater building was, the board did vote to go under price. For the public works, it was, as far as stormwater, was under the appraised price. Public works was $100,000 over the appraised price, and this is right at appraised price. So that is part of this, and this is an offer from the purchaser. So just to put that out there, the land size is different. They're not the same. This is a smaller parcel. With that, Alderman Waldron?
I know.
Alderwoman Haas?
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the beer board. We've got 2 terms expiring and 2 applicants. And this is one that's appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the board. So I will appoint Kevin Oliver and Becky Pollock back to the beer board. All in favor?
Aye. Abstain.
Moving on to the library board. We have got 3 terms expiring. We have one applicant that got in before the deadline today. I believe we have another one for next month, but we've got Kayla Koester, and need a motion to appoint this person.
I make a motion to appoint Kayla to the library board.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We have got, let's see here, 5 terms expiring, and we've got one that's a requested change out by the organization. So I'm going to appoint Marty Blair, Daniel Campbell, Brent Hatcher, Chris Schmidt, and Alex Thompson to the Local Emergency Planning Commission. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
Moving on to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We have got one term that expired. We've got Chuck Isbell, contacted him. He does want to stay on this board. We also have another applicant as well. This is one where I appoint, the board confirms. I will reappoint Chuck Isbell to the Parks and Recreation Board. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Last, we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that are that have expired. We've got one that's wanting to stay on this board. Looks like that is Jeff Moss. I'll make a motion to reappoint Jeff Moss. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want everybody to remember the Montgomery family in their prayers for the loss and the family members. Check on the elderly. Make sure your pets has got fresh water and shelter. And again, I put a item on the agenda for the 24th or 25th time, and Jason has it removed. Somebody spoke at Citizens Forum about the mayor. That's hitting the nail right on the head. I put the same thing on the agenda over 24 times, and he has removed it 24 times. And that's all. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, just a reminder, the LaVergne Rescue Unit's having a Country Ham fundraiser on January 14th from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Cost is $12 per person. Also wanted to encourage everybody to come out for the MLK Day ceremony on January 16th at 10 a.m. at the Multipurpose Building. And just a reminder to everybody, the annual communication survey is available on the city website through February 28th. You can also get hard copies at City Hall, Parks and Rec, the library, or the Senior Center. So I encourage everybody to complete those surveys.
Alderwoman Hawes.
Yes, there was a post that came out on Facebook about the baseball, softball signups coming soon. So everyone that wants to sign their children up for baseball and softball, please keep an eye out for the Facebook post. And everybody stay safe.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
I just want to brag again on the water guys and, man, guys, and I know y'all were doing all you could do. There may have been some lack of communication, but we weathered that perfect storm. So great job, all you emergency guys. I seen you out there. This thing about the mayor, I've been thinking about this. And I'm not picking on Michael, I'm just bringing him up. If Michael has an employee he has a problem with, it goes to HR. HR goes to Kyle goes to Bruce, and then they talk back and forth. By the time anything gets to this guy, it's a done deal. He's not going to, it's just a matter of somebody putting their name on it. If you take it out of his hand, put it in Bruce, by the time it gets to Bruce, it's a done deal. So that stuff is hearsay. But anyway, thank you guys again for a good job. Hope that doesn't happen again. So, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Well, first off, I do want to remind everyone about the Martin Luther King Day ceremony. It should be wonderful. We have worked very diligently, and when I say we, I'm talking about David McGowan and his staff on getting the guest speakers here. Mr. DeBerry we've been working on that for several years, so very big props to you and your team for that and for everyone who's coming in to work that event. So I hope you all join us. It'll be 10 a.m. down at the multipurpose building. I do want to thank staff for working through Christmas on restoring water, including my own, where I live is part of this. So thank you for that. And hopefully we can use this as a building tool and improve things for the next weather event, because regardless, there will be another one of who sits in any of these seats. There will always be weather events. Lastly, when it comes to the Hire and Fire Authority, which is what Alderman Waldron was talking about, yes, I have removed that because, like Vice Mayor No said, it actually is a multi-pronged process, and it comes from a director to HR, through legal, through our city administrators, before it ever gets to me. So that's something that's a check and balance. If you put it on an individual employee, as it's already been threatened in the past, Alderman Waldron, where if they didn't do certain things the board would do, the board would just fire that employee. And I don't think that's right and proper. This allows a check system for everybody, and this was the same process that went on whenever you were mayor. So this is something that's keeping with a normal tradition that has kept the city moving forward and has kept the city out of trouble. So with that, we call the meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission, December 27th, 2022 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item is to approve the meeting minutes from the November 29th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. In favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. This time I'm going to pass item number 1 over to council.
All right, I'll take the gavel. So we need to open this up by nominating a chairman for a 1-year term. So how we're going to do this is I'll ask for a motion to nominate the chairman and a second on that motion, and then we'll take a yes or no vote on the election. So I'll open up with, the floor is open now for nomination.
Nominate Earl Garvin for chairman.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir.
We have a second. So we'll do a yes or no vote to nominate Earl Garvin for a 1-year term, beginning with Mr. Coleman.
Yes.
Mr. Coates?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Mr. Garvin?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Mr. Heisman?
Yes.
Mr. Molinar?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and I'll pass the gavel back to you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, everyone. Item number 2 is a motion to nominate and elect vice chairman for a one-year term. We will open the floor for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Jason Cole to be vice chair.
A second. Should we do a roll call on this as well, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes. Aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes. And item number 3, motion to nominate and elect a secretary for a 1-year term.
Nominate Graham Coates for secretary.
I second that. Mr. Coleman?
Aye.
Mr. Coates?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone, and thank you, everyone, for your service. So we will open up with item number 4, which is deferred. Is that correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's right.
So we will move on to item number 5. Concept plan, Woodland Hills remaining land, 85 lots on 48.05 acres, requested by SEC Inc., property located off Woodland Hills Drive, tax map 29, parcel 23 and 23.01, R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Bob Parks. Mr. Logan.
So this request is for concept plan approval, and this is the remaining land of Woodland Hills subdivision. And they are proposing 85 lots on approximately 48 acres. So you can see on the screen, this sort of reverse C is sort of the shape there of the property. And zooming in, you can see this property lies next to Interstate 24. And so that's been the subject of some discussions the last couple months. But you can see it's a heavily wooded parcel of land, and this is the zoning map. This brick red color is R2 medium density residential, and that's the zoning for this parcel. So this is the old plan, and I kept that on there to show the lots when they were closer to I-24, especially in this area here on the screen. And that was about a month ago or 6 weeks, and now the applicant submitted a newer plan, and they made some changes there along I-24 to those lots. And they spaced them out differently and added a buffer there. As you can see, there's 2 streets that tie into the new Section 1, approximately this location, and then coming on down a little south and east of there is the second street that'll tie in. And then this is, again, the close-up view of the latest plan submitted with the changes to those lots. This has not changed since 2 weeks ago at the workshop, in case you're wondering. These are pictures that show each of the stub-out streets. So these are existing conditions. You can see, again, heavily wooded, lots of trees, and several, I guess, folks taking the liberty to put their basketball courts there, or basketball goals, which I see in every community I go to, so that's pretty common. But anyway, there's another view of the trees.
and the area that'll be developed. So there were no comments 2 weeks ago, no technical comments by staff, and that's, of course, still the same tonight. And that completes the report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board for the developer?
With everything being addressed, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to the first item of new business. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by SEC Inc., 4.3 acres, property located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcel 10 and 11, current zoning district, A agricultural zoning district, proposed zoning district, R3 high-density residential zoning district, property owned by Joe Boner. Mr. Logan.
So this request for rezoning is on Cheney Boulevard, and currently this property is zoned agricultural. You can see here on the screen, it's on the east side of Cheney Boulevard, and zooming in here you can see, so it is located between Cheney and Summit, and this area currently has 2 dwellings located on it, and we'll see pictures of those in just a moment. This zoning here, you can see it's agricultural again, and then Summit Drive to the east or to the rear is zoned R2 medium density, and that R2 goes all the way down to the intersection with Cheney. Then north of this is a large area of high density residential, which is R3, and that extends quite a ways toward the 3-way intersection with Old Nashville Highway. And then there is some more agricultural land